Show ya. Wish for me to call you when you're turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it, I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me.
amigos y amigas. Bueno, pues nada, somos ombligos. Somos ombligos, no, somos ombligo, perdón, en singular. Y bueno, pues tenemos todo tipo de redes sociales, que Instagrames y esas cosas. Y vamos a tocar la última canción, ha sido un verdadero placer. Sí, esto es así, es que esto es así. Esto es así, es pim pam, pim pam. Y vamos a tocar una canción que se llama Encadenaos.
Sería mejor que no volvieras. Quizá fuera mejor que me olvidaras. Volver es empezar a atormentarnos, a querernos para odiarnos, sin principio ni final. Nos hemos hecho tanto, tanto daño, que amor entre nosotras es martirio. Jamás quiso llegar el desengaño, ni el olvido ni el delirio. Seguiremos siempre igual, cariño, como el nuestro es un castigo que se lleva en el alma hasta la muerte. Y mi suerte necesita de tu suerte, y tú me necesitas mucho más. Por eso no habrá nunca despedida, ni paz alguna habrá de consolarnos. Y el paso del dolor ha de encontrarnos de rodillas en la vida, frente a frente y nada más. Por eso no habrá nunca despedida, ni paz alguna habrá de consolarnos. Y el paso del dolor ha de encontrarnos de rodillas en la vida, frente a frente y nada más. En la vida, frente a frente y nada más. En la vida, frente a frente y nada Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Hola, soy Jorge Damescua, Head of Engagement de Tribu, y te voy a contar en 5 pasos las claves para crear una comunidad de éxito. En primer lugar, definir una causa común.
Hi, let me tell you about the 5 key elements to have a successful career. First of all, have a clear goal. Secondly, we should define a target, a user, to be interested in the value we offer. The more the better, but about something very specific. So we need to define a large problem that we're going to solve. And third, leadership should be shared amongst the members of the community. Human beings have been getting organized in groups with common interests for millions of years. Leadership has been decentralized and will keep being decentralized in the future. It doesn't mean that it's going to disappear, but rather that leadership itself falls in the members of communities. Fourth, we should define impactful targets, not so much growth targets, even though without growth, in many cases, not so much impact. And fifth, we must use information as fuel to bring value. So we should base our decisions on data and information, not hypotheses. Thank you very much. Bye.
Que no sabías
so
para
here are the 10 tips you didn't know about to foster your professional profile. First, learn to speak in front of the camera. Do not leave any void spaces. Do move your face, smile, and modulate your voice while you speak. And use a teleprompter tool when you speak, so that whenever you give a speech and look at the camera, there's only a possibility for a first impression, so do not waste it. And when you write someone on LinkedIn, add a note explaining why you want them to be part of your network. Add the right keywords to your CV, and imagine you're going to an interview. Increase your LinkedIn contacts so that the network will position you better in searches. You will become someone more popular. And work on your emotional intelligence. And develop empathy. That's in high demand. Do not underestimate the power of networking. Connect, and a high position shouldn't bring you down.
Preguntad, no os quedéis con las dudas, con vergüenza
And
ni
feel
se
free
come
to
ni se
ask.
almuerza.
Do not keep
Demostrad
any
interés
doubts
y
in
curiosidad.
mind.
Todo lo que hagas,
Be
échale
fearless.
siempre imaginación.
Show
Ve,
interest and curiosity,
un pasito más allá.
and show imagination, and go a step ahead.
Con esto, cuando puedes hacer esto.
Why this when you can have this? And most importantly, follow your purpose. Find your place.
Sabemos que
And
llevas
do not
mucho
settle.
tiempo buscando ese
We
primer
know
trabajo,
you've been
pero si
looking
no
for
estás a
that
gusto,
first
no
job
estás
for a long time, but
aprendiendo,
if
no
you
estás
don't
creciendo,
like it,
sigue
you're not
adelante.
learning.
Busca tu lugar, que
You
está
know
ahí
these?
fuera.
Keep going. Look for your own space. It's out there. We're so sure about talent, about the talent you've got within, that will support you no matter what you do.
Hi everyone! What a way to start, and happy Friday! I'm so excited, love Fridays, and I hope you're ready for an amazing time. We have the day filled with great people that are gonna be talking, and the one that is coming up next, you're gonna love. His name is Paul Alvarez, and he's gonna connect virtually to talk to us about how he has managed to travel the world while working remotely. I think we all want to do this. So let's give a warm welcome to Paul Alvarez. let's see if we can connect with Paul. Paul, can you hear me? ¿Me puedes escuchar?
Hi.
Hi, Paul. Now you're live from Sonderland, so just take the stage. Thank you. We're happy to have you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Paul, and I'm a software consultant. And today I'm going to talk about my perspective on how to create a nomad lifestyle. Although I'm not a full nomad myself because of my studies, I've been able to travel for quite a long periods of time while still being able to work and successfully attend the various things you could find on a daily basis. So for the last 2.5 years, I've been running a consultancy company called Ribex, where we develop software solutions for clients throughout Spain and Italy. And because of the nature of the job, which on the most part is either communicating with the client or developing the software itself, I never had to be in a specific place to work. So I never had intention to work while traveling or being elsewhere. But once you start a startup or a project, it's not like you can disappear anymore and just go away carefree. So it was crucial for me to find a way that I could still meet all these business needs while at the same time being able to visit all these places that I wanted to go. So when I was first invited here, I was told that I had to talk about this nomad lifestyle. And although I first thought about explaining my perspective on more of the abstract aspects of it, such as, the values about living a simpler life or the fact that there's no point in owning things you cannot carry, I think those are the kind of things that one learns on the road. Plus, it can be quite different for everyone. So instead, what I'm going to talk today about is the more rational part of it, one that could be useful even if you're not planning on becoming a digital nomad. So the part that I'm going to talk about today is how to fund the nomad lifestyle. What are the key parts on sustaining continuous travel without running out of money and having to come back home? So many of you probably during this pandemic have experienced what it means to work remotely, and probably thought, if you can work from your place, you could probably do it, from somewhere else, some place more exotic, So regardless if you work as a freelance, start your business, or work for some company that allows to work remotely, I would like to give you some tips that you need to take into consideration for doing so successfully. So one of the most important tips, about communication is the ability to communicate effectively, will always play an important role in the success of the remote office. And the problem with distance is that there's lots of opportunity for miscommunication. Since you're no longer a few desks down from, your coworker or being able to pay a visit to one of your clients, you've got to make sure, that the communication is still there. You need to ensure that there's meetings with them on a weekly basis and, to connect to your goals, upcoming projects or the daily tasks. So yeah, make sure to advocate all these needs. So when you're not in the office, it can be quite difficult for your clients also to keep keep track of your progress and the things you're doing. So never be afraid of bringing up all the important milestones that you reach. Also, it is quite important for communication when you're working remotely or being a digital nomad. It's quite important to choose the right tools for communication. And my personal recommendations would be Discord for team management, email for documentation or things that may require a follow-up, Google Meet for video calls, and lastly, WhatsApp for the small details and stuff that would need an immediate answer. Then there's also efficiency, which is quite important. And one of the, probably one of the main fears of anyone that would like to work, from an unusual place is the lack of efficiency, because, not being able, you can't produce as much. There's this fear that you cannot produce as much as if you were in the same place everywhere, every day. So any remote worker or person that considers themselves a digital nomad will tell you that, access to a consistent Wi-Fi connection is key to their success. But there's a lot more than just Wi-Fi. There's also, having a successful setup. It's also quite important. along with the ability to take video calls without losing connection, you should also consider the tools and tech that you're going to need to do your job pretty well. So in the same way you don't climb a mountain on flip-flops, you've got to adapt your workplace to what you're going to do outside, and one that still meets each one of these job requirements. Therefore, my recommendation for you is, building a workplace that you can take anywhere, and always be able to use wherever you go. Also, one of the important things is stability. Well, it sounds pretty fun, to be traveling every day, and today I'm in this place, tomorrow I'm in this quite different place. You can't fall into the trap of rushing. You need to stay down for a bit. Also, not just because it's going to add stability to your to your routine, which in return improves your quality and efficiency, but also because it allows you to experience a place beyond a tourist perspective. And yeah, while these tips that I'm giving you are probably more for the kind of person that would, like to run a startup or work in the digital industry, there are a lot of different ways in which you can become a nomad if you're interested. And if you think that it's difficult to set up a business or find a job that meets all these other requirements that I was just saying, there are many other options you could consider, which, for instance, there are a lot of established programs that allow you to work abroad without experience if you just went out from university. And you could always teach, your language or some skill that in a different country. There are also volunteering programs where they give you a place to stay and food, and allows you to visit so many different places that you would probably never go if you were on your own. Some will pay you, some probably won't, and even some will make you pay them probably. So make sure to try all the options you can before choosing any of them. And if it doesn't work out the first time, just don't give up, because it's part of it. The important part here is that you try to live a life out of the ordinary, because even if it's not the easiest at the beginning, it will surely be one of the most rewarding ones to do. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
I'm starting to like that music on the background. I love what Paul said. I think it's so important to be able to open your mind. Sometimes we're just stuck into looking for a job in InfoJobs or LinkedIn, which are amazing. But then if you want to just get out of the comfort zone, just look for something different, just working outside and being a digital nomad. So I think he gave us amazing tips, not only the Wi-Fi, the setup, so many useful tips that you can get to. And also what he said, don't give up. Just if you want to try something different, just put it in your mind and look for it. There's a lot of people that are hiring right now for you to work remotely, internships, fellowships. So you just need to ask yourself, do I want that life? Do I want to travel around the world while working? Some people don't like that. Some people just want to be at home in a place and have stability. So it's whatever you want. There's a lot of options for everyone. So now we're going to connect with our next speaker. I'm so excited because she's an innovative young woman that what she's trying to do right now is just bring sustainability to the world. She has numerous patents and a lot of awards. So we're going to connect with her as well. She's Daniela Blanco. So let's wait for her to connect. And while she connects, I want to ask the people here in the audience, who would like to be a digital nomad? You would? Only you, just one person out of everyone here. So everyone prefers stability. You do? So you wouldn't like to be on the beach with the computer, just working. I'm as impressed as you are. I'm like, what? But yeah, as I said, options for everyone. It's just good to know you have the option. You also can try just 1 year, and if you don't like it, you go back to your normal job. whatever we want. Okay, I think we have Daniela Blanco on the call. Daniela, can you hear me? Love that. Daniela, how are you? Can you hear me? ¿Vamos a hablar en español o en inglés?
Are we going to speak in Spanish or English, Daniela?
Let's wait for a second. As you know, this is live. Let's try to reconnect. This always happens. I think you need to help me now because every time you hear the music, I need you to clap because I don't know who did it, but I loved it. I think we need to bring that energy. It's Friday. Come on, guys. I need you to be here with me. This is an amazing opportunity. Just free yourself. This is the place to connect, to empower, to activate. So activate your energy, okay? Let's wait for Daniela, and we'll have an amazing time. No yet. Let's wait for that. Now everyone starts clapping and dancing.
Hello?
Hi, Daniela. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. How are you doing?
Awesome. I'm good. Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you here at Sonderlands. And now I'm going to leave you so you can explain all of your amazing things. Okay?
All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be with you today. Today, I want to talk to you about ideas. My husband always makes fun of me. He says that this phrase that you can see on the screen, he says that it's my favorite phrase ever. He says that I say it all the time. And it's true. I am in love with having ideas. I think that ideas are really what define our path and where we go. But lately, I have realized how important it is to adapt those ideas. And I think it's incredibly powerful when we recognize that. Because I think that if we have learned something, it's that life is really not a straight line. And we grow, don't we? We become someone different. We learn, we change. And our ideas are meant to change with us, to grow with us. Today, I want to give you an example. One of the questions that I think we get asked all the time when we're growing up is, what do you want to do when you grow up? What do you want to be? Well, I got asked that question a bunch of times as well. And I know that when I was about 6 or 7 years old, I told my mom, I'll figure it out. I have an idea. I want to be a supermarket cashier. My mom, the first thing she did was ask me why. And then I told her, well, because I don't want to be bored. And cashiers, they don't never seem to be bored. They're always doing something. And they do math. I like math. I'll give myself credit for having a why behind what I was saying, right? I didn't want to be bored. Noted. And I liked math. True. I still do. But as I grew up, I realized that I like other things as well, not just math. And I wanted to do more than this. I realized I wanted to do something that would have a big impact, that would feel like it mattered, that it was changing a life. So I remember that when I went into high school, I changed it. And I said, okay, my idea is no longer that I want to be a cashier. I want to be a doctor. I want to study medicine. And believe me when I tell you, I was 100% behind that idea. I was getting ready. I was all signed up to do my test to go to the university and study medicine. But then I did a small internship where you get kind of some exposure to, to this career path that you want to follow to make sure that it's for you. Thankfully, those things exist because as the story goes for many others, I know that it doesn't happen just to me. It turns out I can't stand blood. I almost fainted on my internship. No, okay, fine. I fainted. I did faint. And half of the team of doctors actually had to come take care of me instead of the patient. I was miserable. I couldn't stand the stress of the patients being scared. I was scared with them. It wasn't my thing. And so, 3 or 4 months before graduating from high school, I said, you know what? I was wrong. This idea doesn't make any sense because I don't want to be miserable. I want to do something that I actually enjoy. So I changed again. And then by 2010, when I was going to graduate from high school, I said, I want to be a chemical engineer. At that point, I was part of the International Chemistry Olympiads. So in the training, I was taking classes and lessons on chemistry for 8 hours a day, and I loved it. So I said, okay, this is what I like. I love chemistry, and I have to do something with this. I am originally from Venezuela, and in Venezuela, the oil industry pretty much supports our entire economy. So my goal was to become a chemical engineer and be part of the oil industry. Bulletproof idea, if you ask me back then. Well, I did go to engineering school. I graduated, but when I was right about to graduate, I did an internship as well in the oil industry, my dream. I learned that as much as I loved this industry, it actually was the third largest contributor to CO2 emissions. In the chemical industry, we produce over 800 megatons of CO2 every year. And I realized that as much as I admire this industry, I wanted more from it. I wanted to be proud of the sustainability initiatives that it had. I wanted to change this. So I said, okay, I do want to be a chemical engineer. I am a chemical engineer. But it turns out I don't want to be in the oil industry just like that. I want to change it a little bit. So this crazy idea got into me of I want to create solar-powered chemicals. Why? Because I want to build something that helps our planet. And that is how in 2017, I moved to the United States to do a PhD in chemical engineering and learn how to develop the sustainable technologies on my own. My thesis really is dedicated to making solar-powered nylon. I put 3.5 years of my life into that because I truly believed in it. But it wasn't easy, you know? When I came here, I came to New York University, but I was coming from Venezuela. And in Venezuela, I don't know if you know this, but we have had a terrible, the most difficult crisis at all levels, economical, political, civic levels. And that meant that even if I went to the best engineering school in Venezuela, we didn't have all the resources that we needed. So when I arrived in the United States, I was behind. And by behind, I mean very far behind. I remember, and what I'm going to show you right now is a true screenshot from my phone. I was just starting in the lab, and I was surrounded by these absolutely brilliant PhD students. They all knew everything around the lab. I had never seen that equipment before. I remember I just pretended that it kind of like wasn't there and I wasn't looking at it to avoid getting stressed. But I remember receiving a particular box that said all over it that it was a sonicator. I had never heard that word before. And this is an actual screenshot from my phone where I was just looking up, what is the sonicator? What does it do? It turns out it's an equipment that helps you dissolve something in a mixture. It is extremely standard, very simple equipment that you find in pretty much every lab in the United States. Of course, everyone around me more than knew what it was. And this is just one example. I thought that every equipment around me was something insane and crazy that I had never seen. I felt like I didn't belong, like I was too far behind and that I wasn't going to be able to pull this off. I felt like I was an imposter, you know, the imposter syndrome. I did feel that. I wasn't pretending that I'm at the same level as all these PhD students who have had a training that's much better than mine. They know so much more than me. And I'm so behind that I'm never going to catch up. Well, I worked really hard, really, really hard. And little by little, I got my rhythm. I learned, I caught up with everyone, and I did what I wanted to do. I started developing my solar-powered chemicals. Of course, life happens. And I didn't want to just develop technologies that were solar powered, but that would remain in a manuscript or in a research paper somewhere. I wanted that technology to make it to industry. And as I started talking to people in the market, in industry, mentors in business, I kept getting this feedback. Your dream is too big. You're too naive. And they also told me many times, sustainability as you want it is not enough. Solar powered processes are not going to make it to industry just because you want to. You're just one girl. It's never going to happen. Well, I can tell you that today I still believe that they were wrong on the part that sustainability is not enough. Sustainability has to be enough because we have only one planet and we need to change. But they did have a point, and because they told me all these things, I kept thinking about this idea that I had of making solar-powered chemicals. And I said, okay, maybe they're right in one thing. Developing one solar-powered chemical takes years, takes a lot of money, and then it's only one chemical. How many chemicals do we make in the chemical industry? We're talking about millions. So if I want to change all of that on my own, I mean, the math doesn't work there. I'm not going to have enough years of my life to be able to pull that off. So I changed my idea again because I want something that can be implemented. I said, okay, what I really want to do is bring AI to the chemical industry because artificial intelligence is going to be the key to develop those sustainable processes. In fact, what I believe is that we can communicate our chemical reactors with artificial intelligence so that instead of having to run a lot of experiments and taking many years to develop one sustainable process, artificial intelligence will do that for us. The challenge and the reason why this hasn't happened is because artificial intelligence works with big data. We're probably all familiar with that. There's lots of data, and then a machine can learn from it. Well, in the chemical industry, that's not the case. Data is very expensive. We don't have a lot of it. And so artificial intelligence just hasn't found its place there. But I believe that we can do this. And of course, there's people who hear my idea and they have told me many times, you're crazy. Well, at least the feedback is shorter. They go straight to the point. Very honest people. I do have to admit that I like that. Am I crazy? Maybe. But I do believe in what I'm doing. I do it because I have a reason for it. I do it because I love being a chemical engineer. I do it because I love developing technologies that help our planet. And I do it because I think this is the key to have it implemented in the industry. And today, I am the co-founder and the CEO of Synthetics. At Synthetics, we do precisely what I believe is going to be the future of our industry. We have artificial intelligence platforms that chemists and chemical engineers in the industry can use directly. They upload a few data points from their experiments, and they can get in a matter of seconds information about how to run that process so that it is as sustainable as possible, so that it is as efficient, solar powered, and as sustainable as they want it to be. As much as I've had people who have not believed in this, I've also had people who have lent me a hand and who have helped me grow. Today, we have raised $900,000 for this idea of a more sustainable chemical industry. More than this, I have been fortunate enough and lucky enough to get awards and features from many different places. I look at this and I have trouble believing that the same girl that 4 years ago got to the United States and didn't even know what a sonicator was, the same girl that felt completely lost and that thought that maybe she should just quit, that same girl, today I see my face on Forbes magazine, on MIT Technology Review, the Wall Street Journal, New York Times. There is a documentary by National Geographic. It's available on Disney+. I invite you to watch it. It's called On the Room, and it tells my story. And I watched these things, and I can't believe it. I can't believe it because I just had this crazy idea that I didn't know how to make happen. But I stayed true to it. And I fought very hard to get to where I am today. What I want you to walk away with is the fact that when we have those crazy ideas, we need to give them a chance. We need to give them a chance when we know that there is a why behind it. I look back, right, at that 6-7-year-old girl who said that she wanted to be a supermarket cashier. I'm actually very proud of that because I was answering the question, and my ideas of what I wanted to be were true to me, were true to my why. I knew that I liked math and I knew that I didn't want to be bored. And back then, that's all I saw that made sense to me. I wasn't doing what I thought I was supposed to do or what somebody told me that I had to be doing. I was doing what I cared about and what I believed in. I invite you to do the same thing today with all of your ideas, with all of your dreams and your goals. Ask yourself why you want to do that. Because if you have a reason behind it, then you have the motivation to fight for it, even when things become hard, even when it seems like you're not going to make it. I know that probably you will ask yourself also, why me? Well, the answer is very simple. Even if somebody else has had the same idea, they're not you. That idea has not been pursued by you. That dream has not been followed by you. And when you do it, you'll bring something new to the table. Trust the process and adapt with it. Because as you grow, your idea will grow with you. It will mature with you. And before you realize it, you'll be looking back and thinking, what's my story? Where did this all start? I know where mine started, and I am sure that you can find yours. Thank you very much for your very kind attention.
Ajá, no los escuché con los aplausos ahorita. Ahorita.
I didn't listen to you. Great. This great round of applause. Right now I'm going to introduce and switching to Spanish because I'm really excited because you're going to know to meet Pablo González, a Tribu founder that will bring an amazing panel that will leave you gagging. So with all the energy that we have, please a big round of applause.
Ahí estamos. Bueno, pues Bárbara, primero, mil millones de gracias, como siempre, por
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your energy and your flow. This is great to be in this event.
Quería contaros y compartir con vosotros un proyecto, sobre todo una reflexión que seguramente muchos de los que estáis aquí, que compartís,
share something with you.
os haréis sentido en muchas ocasiones en vuestra vida, ¿no? Levantad la mano lo que seguramente
Please raise up your hand
más de una vez por vuestra edad,
more than once because of your age. Maybe you have been told that you can't, that you're not worth it, that you are not trained enough, or that you don't have the talent you need. How many of you have felt this?
¿Cuántas veces en vuestra vida a lo mejor, seguramente, no por vuestra edad, sino por cualquier otra situación,
Not because
de
of
por
your
dónde
age, but
venís,
for
de
any
quién
other
sois, de
situation
lo
where
que
you
queréis
come
llegar a
from,
hacer,
who you are,
a lo
what you
mejor
want
habéis
to do?
sentido con miedo, o
Maybe
a lo mejor no con
when
la
have you
valentía
felt,
suficiente para luchar por cualquier tipo de sueño o idea.
have you been afraid, or maybe you haven't felt brave enough to fight for
Casi
your
todos
dreams?
vosotros.
Almost all of you.
Este momento en el que estamos hoy en día, después de casi
So
2
this
años
moment,
de pandemia y de locura absoluta,
after
en la
2
que
years
muchos de
of
nosotros
pandemic
seguro
and
hemos tenido
craziness,
miedo, hemos tenido
in which we've
incertidumbre,
been
no hemos sabido qué
afraid,
hacer ni cómo
uncertainty, we
afrontarlo,
didn't know what to
que
do
no
or
hemos sido
how
los
to
únicos,
face
no
it,
solamente los
and
jóvenes,
we
pero nos
haven't
ha
been the
pasado a
only
todos y
ones,
cada
of
uno de
course.
nosotros. Es un punto de inflexión histórico, no
This
solo
is
para nuestra
an
generación,
inflection
sino para la
point,
humanidad en
not
su
only for us,
conjunto.
but for
Y
the
desde luego que ha
humankind as a
marcado un antes y
whole.
un después en la forma que tenemos de vivir, de trabajar,
And it sets
de conectar, de
a
relacionarnos.
milestone in the way we have to relate to
Sabemos que en un
relate to each
contexto como
other,
el que
to
estamos
live, to
afrontando
work,
a
and we
día de
know
hoy,
that in
en una década
in
tan
the
complicada,
context as the
son
one that we're
muchos los
facing today, in
retos
such
que
a
tenemos por
difficult
delante, pero
decade,
también
we have many
muchísimas
challenges
más
ahead of
las
us,
oportunidades que
but we
podemos
have
aprovechar
many
y
more
nunca
opportunities that
dejar
we
escapar.
can take
Sabemos que un
advantage
momento como
of,
este, como
and
decía, no solo
we
tenemos una
shouldn't
situación
let them go
climática
away.
tremendamente
Now we
complicada con todos los
not
retos
only we have
en
a
materia de
great
transición energética
and a
solidaria
very
que
difficult
supone,
climatic situation
sabemos que
with all
además
the
también estamos
challenges
en un
and
contexto
safety, etc.,
tremendamente
but we
complicado a
also know
nivel
that we are at a
económico
very
y por
difficult
lo tanto
context
lo
at
que eso
economic
supone,
level, and of course what
especialmente
this
para nuestra
means,
generación
especially
en
for
materia de
our
empleo y de
generation
trabajo, con
in
el
terms
desempleo
of
tan grande que
employment
tenemos, por
and
ejemplo, en
work,
España,
with the great
liderando
unemployment rate that we have in
desgraciadamente la
Spain,
situación
leading,
en toda la Unión
unfortunately,
Europea.
the situation in the
Sabemos
full
también la
EU.
crisis
We
sanitaria que
know
estamos viviendo y
the
desde
health
luego, como he dicho
crisis that
antes,
we're
va a marcar un
living,
antes y un
and
después
as I
en la
said
forma que
before,
tenemos de
this will
entender nuestra
set
salud,
a
nuestro bienestar
milestone in the
y
way
la
we
forma que
understand our
tenemos de vivir
health
el
and the
día a
way we
día.
have to live
Tenemos
our
además también,
our
como
daily
decía
lives.
antes, una profunda crisis que se ha
So we
acelerado
have a
con toda la
deep
situación que hemos vivido,
crisis
que es
that
la
has
revolución digital
been
tecnológica que
speeding
está
up
cambiando
with all
también la forma que
the
tenemos de
situation.
conectar,
This
la
is
forma
the
que tenemos de
digital
movernos, de
revolution,
desplazarnos, de
the way we
viajar,
have
de
to
interactuar en
move, the
general
way we have to
con toda la
interact,
sociedad
generally
que nos rodea.
speaking, and the way we
En
have to interact
definitiva,
with the
como decía
society that
antes, un punto de
surrounds us.
inflexión
So as I was
crítico
saying,
del que tenemos que
this
salir
was
sí
a
o sí
critical point,
reforzados
a
y del que tenemos que
critical
saber cómo
inflection
aprovechar
point
al máximo
out of
todas
which
las
we need to be
oportunidades que como
reinforced, and we
generación
need to know
podemos sí o
how
sí
to
aprovechar.
tackle all the
Y hay
opportunities
una
that we
cosa que
can take
tenemos clara
advantage of.
en Tribu
And there's something clear
y en
in
Sondersland,
Tribu
y es que
and
al
in
final, para
Sunderland, and this is
realmente
that
ser capaces de
in
liderar
order to be
toda
able
esta
to
locura que
lead
estamos viviendo, dar
this
un paso al
craziness
frente y
that we're
demostrar
living,
con
to take one
responsabilidad y
step
valentía
forward and
lo
to
que somos
show
capaces de hacer,
bravely what we're able
esta es
to
la
do,
clave.
This is the key, and this is an African expression that says that it's something key. We are living this in Sunderland. If we want to be fast, maybe we can go alone. If we want to go far, this is how we need to do things in order to let anybody aside. We need to go together. And because we think that collaboration and cooperation are two main pillars, so that we are stronger after this crisis without leaving anybody behind, I'm introducing a great initiative that is very important, and I hope it can contribute so that many young people can assume this responsibility to take one step forward and to set solutions for anything that is a matter of concern on a daily basis. We can't do it alone, as I've just said, and we couldn't have a better journey.
Muchos de vosotros seguramente conoceréis muchas facetas. Habéis visto UNICEF, habéis visto vídeos, los habéis visto en la tele, por la calle. En muchas situaciones,
I'm sure that you've seen UNICEF all over the place, many patients, but UNICEF is much more than that. It's much more than what we can even think of. But instead of making this introduction, I'll leave you with a short video for you to know what this partner does and means.
Unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore, because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type, the determined, the persistent, the unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than 190 countries and territories, we never give up until the rights of every child are protected. Are you with us? UNICEF, for every child.
Como decía antes, al final, en un momento como este, la colaboración es...
As I was saying, in such a moment, the collaboration is critical, and it's us who have the responsibility and the chance of taking a step forward. And sometimes we don't understand why this is the case, and we want it not to be that case anymore. And this is why I'm able to introduce and to present for all of you, both here and remotely, an initiative that we've designed with all the caress and all our excitement from Trivo and UNICEF, so that every single young person that is part of this generation in Spain can show how many things we can do. So today I wanted to introduce the initiative Imparables 2030, Unstoppable 2030. It's aimed at connecting every single person that's part of the young generation in Spain with the way that we have to understand the world, to enjoy life, and to face the problems that we have, to be able to set real solutions. And for that, as you can see here, the goal that we have is that all these sustainable development goals that we have, that we listen to on a daily basis, and we don't know how they landed, how to land them on our daily basis, we want to launch the first initiative in Spain that allows us to accelerate these ideas that many of us have, and we don't know how to start to generate and to land in a powerful and robust and solid way, so that they move on from being ideas to realities that transform reality of millions of people all over the place. So we want to start here in Spain because we believe on our country's potential, because we're sure that young people in Spain, no matter what they say about us out there, we have the skills and the excitement to do it. So this experience, as you can see, well, it has a goal of connecting all these challenges, all these concerns that everybody has with the ideas and these uncertainties and ideas that young people have in order to set real solutions for this project. So, when we were speaking about collaboration to present such a project, we love to have our colleague Luis from UNICEF, from the innovation team, so that he can say hello from home. Hello, Luis.
Hola, soy Luis y soy uno de los miembros del equipo de innovación
Listen, I'm one of the members of the I'm the Chief of Innovation, Data and Technology in UNICEF Spain. And today, at this amazing event like Sunderland with Pablo, with Trivu team, and together with this panel that we have, I'm going to present the proposal that will launch from UNICEF and Trivu to all the young people between 20 and 30 years old that want to change the world. They want to speed up the SDGs, and they want the Agenda 2030 is something that is successful. We want our ideas to be put into practice.
Para
so with the 2030 agenda, we are offering a way to walk all together, and the ideas that we think that can that are helpful for the rights, that can be helpful for the justice, that can help the most vulnerable ones. We should put them in practice.
Es un programa creado
That's it.
para los jóvenes
Unstoppable
entre
2030 is a program created for young people between 20 and 30 years old that want to change the world. We are waiting for you.
Si tenéis dudas, nos preguntéis, le preguntéis a Pablo.
If you have any doubt, you can ask Pablo, you can ask his team, you can ask us. And we want many of you to take this step forward. Nothing is impossible, and if we think that it's impossible, we will have to do it. Thank you very much. Good luck, and we have a lot to do. A big hug. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Trivu. Thanks, mentorship team, and let's go for it.
Un aplauso, por favor.
Big round of applause, please.
Desde luego que nos hace muchísima ilusión y sobre todo lo que puede estar pasando por la cabeza.
So we're really excited, and maybe the ones of you that are here, and if you come across this initiative from home, well, we have the website of Unstoppable, Imparables, who can participate in this. So, as you can see here, if you're between 20 and 30 years old, if you have that attitude, that really that wish to do things differently and to make the difference, this is your project. If you're studying, if you are working in any field related to the engineering, art, technology, no matter what you do, no matter where you are, we want this to be your project, and we want this to be able to speed up any project or any idea that you have in your mind. The most important thing, if you have an idea and you don't know how to get started, or you're lacking that solution or that possibility to move that to be an idea, we want you to get this with the best teammates, with the best travel companions. So in order to speak about this, if we're speaking about young people, so the best thing is to have people from our young generation in order to understand the context and the reality that we're facing. So luckily, in order to contextualize this project that we're launching here in Sunderland with 3 young people that are an example not only of what we're looking for, but also you'll have the opportunity of meeting some of the mentors that will be this revolutionary experience, and we want this to be useful, practical, dynamic, and to have an impact on the young people in our country. So if you want, we will welcome the panel. A big round of applause, please.
Pues estamos aquí de vuelta, como decía, en este panel un poco de...
So here we are, this panel to set a context in order to present this initiative.
De lanzar.
As I was saying, we really want to launch this initiative in the following weeks, and we would love that many people that are here at home to join us and can let loose everything you have in your head. We have Verónica Espinosa. Welcome, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me.
Muchas ganas de comentar esta nueva iniciativa.
I really want to comment on this new initiative. Thank you.
Bienvenido.
Ignacio, welcome.
Buenas tardes a todos. Nada, muy contento de estar aquí.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm really happy to share this.
Hola, muchas gracias.
With you. And we have Gala Freixa. Thank you very much. She'll be
un placer contar contigo y sobre todo pues poder
mentor of this project. Thank you very much for being here with us. Yeah, it's an amazing project. As far as I've seen, I would love to participate in it.
Sin problema ninguno.
Double profile, no problem.
Porque habla al principio un poco, ¿no?, de cosas que están pasando y que todos conocemos, porque
we've talked about things that are happening, and as soon as we switch TV on, we see what's going on, but sometimes we don't know to what extent this what's happening outside is affecting young people, especially in a country like Spain, where we have so many things to do. And the first question that I would like to ask is, for the ones that are thinking about this at home, what challenges and opportunities you think that this decade that has started very strongly will have for such a generation as ours, in a country as ours? Yeah, perfect. Veronica. So, what I found, the main challenge that I found is that the generation that now is leading initiatives or has the decision-making power is afraid of doing business with young people. They are afraid of leading power to all the young people. And as opportunity, well, I would say that I've been in communities or initiatives like this one because we don't have a voice otherwise. So I felt that if we go together, we have more power and more power of influence in front of things that are affecting us on a daily basis. And of course, the young people are not the future, but the present. Yeah, totally. And we've seen it during these days. We have plenty of energy and we have a great talent, so we have a lot to do and a lot to give. Ignacio, what do you think? How do you think that things will evolve, and what are we going to face to the following months or years? You were speaking about great challenges or bigger opportunities, and I think that the opportunity that we have with technology is humongous. I think that we will have to take this into account and we'll have to interpret this technology in the right way, especially with that ethical use, that good use, and because links us to projects that are not a usual business model, and maybe they become into a more sustainable or a circular business model, like Gala can tell us. And I think that on the side of talent, I think that the daughter of this creativity allows us to design new models, to set new things, and I think that this is linked to the great responsibility the young people have in order to keep on training, to keep on educating ourselves, to be able to be creative, to be able to design new things, etc. And Matthew was saying that, well, the big challenges that we've been mentioning, we all know about that. Gala, you know what's happening in terms of transition, sustainability, etc., and you are really in it. So what do you think is going to happen with all this? I think that we're all aware of the fact that the future will be sustainable or it won't be. So every company has to join this trend. So everything starts by all the companies that are starting right now, no matter its consumption, energy, water, all the supply chains, everything has to start to be sustainable. The consumer knows many things. The consumer is requesting that, so this is here to stay. And I'm seeing many business opportunities, because of the crisis that we've lived. And one of the opportunities is in the food sector. I think that we are not speaking very much about it. I think that we are a great world that's in expansion. We need to feed the growing population, and I think that we have a great job to do here. There are many business opportunities in the sector in terms of how to provide how to provision so many people, especially in a sustainable way. And I think that there are many challenges that we'll be able to develop. What's the feeling that I have when I speak to people of my age, where you switch on the TV, you watch the news, you read a newspaper, you see Twitter, Instagram, and everybody's talking about the great amount of problems that we have. Why do you think that we are so afraid in our country? We are not taking that step forward, we are not facing things. I think that boldness is not easy to have. Of course, we are human beings. We're all afraid sometimes. But what makes that sometimes we are complaining, but we are lacking that proactivity. What do you think that we are missing there?
Creo que hay parte también mucho de enriquecernos de fuera. Creo que
we need to get experiences from abroad, the fact of knowing other cultures, other experiences, and to have that feedback, and double sense feedback, I would say. For example, we can think of the North American format in terms of entrepreneurship. I think that feeding from that would be very beneficial. Of course, not everybody has this opportunity, but possibly to break these borders, to open to the outside, and to at a team level or even at a talent level to be able to manage more multinational teams where we have different cultures living together. Well, I'm sure that that can be very, very rich for us. It's terrible that we need to go out of Spain to listen to people speaking good about our people, right? Veronica, how do you see all this? According to what you're saying, I think that we have many initiatives, but there's a lack of visibility. According to my experience at the university, where I studied in the world of entrepreneurship, I've been able to see that many people that got in touch with us or that attend our events didn't really know our entrepreneurship association or other associations. So I think that it has been said in other Sondersland panels, but we need to push these initiatives, the initiatives that we already have, so that young people can know them, because it's crazy if we make a mistake. Now it's time to make mistakes, and of course we need to talk to people that is in this ecosystem that is very enriching, I would say.
Aglutinar de alguna manera con esa colaboración, como decíamos antes, ¿no? Ese partnership con UNICEF, conjuntamente contigo, poder generar esa iniciativa.
This initiative is about creating this visibility or this energy that we need to transform our ideas and to make them become into real solutions. Another question that I would like to ask, I think that sometimes we all have done something at the university, to have a professional project or a company, whatever. When we want to take that step, we don't know where to get started, because we have so many things. Do I have to start by the financial sector? Do I need to start by the marketing? So in your case, Carla, what's the key to make any dream, anything that you have in your mind, into a project that can be successful, that can have an impact, or that can transform any reality that you live in? Well, after 8 years with my project, the answer is really simple, and it is to be perseverant. I mean, that could be really easy to say, but the routine, I mean, you are alone with your laptop every single morning, and this is what scares us. We are being told what we have to do, what we have to study, etc. There comes a time when you have to do everything on your own, and you can do that only working. I mean, to me, that's very important. Self-discipline, etc. And of course, to be surrounded by a team that shares the same values that you have. And we're human beings, we're not robots. Of course, we have better or worse days, but you need to have that support in order to make it. So we have the individual and we have the community that we were speaking about. So perseverance and team. What would you add to what Gala has said? I would empower the team. I work with many entrepreneurs, and we always have
Y ahí es donde reside la
clave. We always try to create projects from scratch, and I think, well, that's the key. I mean, to be in line with that point of view, our cultural level, the fact that they are sharing this point of view, the fact that they're sharing this vision, that's very important. And I mean, we need to have people that are able to manage frustration and fails. Sometimes I become into an entrepreneurship psychologist, and sometimes we don't know how to manage the fails. That generates frictions and everything collapses. So I think that the key to me is to have a team that works and they are all rowing in the same direction. We're speaking about emotions. Sometimes we're afraid of speaking about this kind of thing. So I'm afraid I don't know how to do this, and that's the most normal thing, the most human thing. Sometimes when we when we are not trying to make the grade with everything, the important thing is not to to fall, but to have that energy with that perseverance in order to stand up again. That's the most important thing. What do you think about this, Veronica?
Yo destacaría definitivamente número uno el
I would
equipo,
highlight
pero
number
no
one the
solo
team,
que esté
but not
comprometido,
only that the team is committed. That's
y
very
con el que te
important.
lleves bien, porque al final vas a
And
tener trato durante muchísimo
In
tiempo,
the end, you will be talking to the team for a very long time, but they have to be different to you. I mean, they have to be complementary
a amigos que son iguales que tú, os lo vais a
to
pasar
what
muy
you're doing.
bien, pero quizá el
You will have
proyecto
a
no
great
salga
time if
adelante
your
porque
friends
os
are example
faltan
in same
partes
as you,
clave.
but
Entonces,
maybe the project won't work because you are lacking key parts. So you need to have an ecosystem and you need to have a different team that has skills that you don't have. And otherwise, you can be supported on initiatives that will help you foster this project. I think that the four of us agree without having, I mean, we have not spoken about this before. Setting aside all the differences that make us different, it's much more what brings us together. We have to take this moment. We need to be able to take one step forward and to show what has been said. I mean, lost generation, all the things that have been said.
Lo que toca ahora es demostrar lo que queremos ser y de alguna manera no, pues acelerar ese cambio que tanto pedimos, que tanto exigimos, asumirlo y dar un paso hacia adelante. A mí me gustaría, si os parece bien, acabar, ¿no?, con un mensaje, estoy mirando a cámara, no solo a los que están aquí, sino a todos los muchos que nos siguen desde casa, un mensaje de optimismo, un mensaje de energía, sobre todo un mensaje de ilusión, no solo para que todos aquellos que estéis interesados podáis participar en una iniciativa como Imparables, que nos encantará contar con todos y cada uno de vosotros, sino también para que de alguna manera todo ese que está en casa y que muchas veces no sabe cómo salir.
For example, you're at home and you don't know how to get out of this boring negativity that we're in, to show them that there's an alternative, that it's not easy, but it's really worth it. It's to live, really willing to live, and with excitement. Motivating message.
A ver, es que yo siempre lo pienso de porque cuando me planteo por qué estoy haciendo lo que estoy haciendo cuando podría estar perfectamente mucho más cómodo en una empresa, ¿no?
It's like, when am I doing this when I could be much more comfortable in a company? I realize that life is just a minute and we need to contribute everything we can in this world. So we are destroying this world, by the way. And
y lo mejor es que mientras haces este cambio te lo pasas genial, aprendes muchísimo.
While you are making this change happen, you have fun, you are setting challenges, and I can do other things because I'm enjoying 100% every single minute, and I'm making a positive change in society and in persons. So I would like to encourage you all, everybody that has this uncertainty. I mean, we don't have to have entrepreneurs that raise millions of dollars of funds. We haven't done that. We can start without anything. We can start from scratch in an organic way, and we can do it. We can make it. I think that we need to get rid of all that fear. You have to do this for you and for everybody that surrounds you.
Obviamente con
perseverance and with a team, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's key. The most important thing. Veronica, what do you think? So, message to everybody that follows us. Well, I would encourage everybody because I know that
al final, si realmente estuvierais 100%
preparados, but you need to do things. If you're 100% ready, you should be one step further, know where you want to be right now. So
rodeéis de
take
buenas
the lead.
personas, buenos
Be
ecosistemas, que
surrounded by
aprovechéis
good
que sois
people, by good
jóvenes para hacer
ecosystems. Take
contactos, que es
advantage
lo
of the
que
fact
luego
that
va a
you're young people
impulsar
to make contacts
el
because this
resto,
is the
y
thing that
tampoco
will
os frenéis si
foster
vuestra idea inicial
the
tiene que
rest.
iterar
And do not be
mil veces, porque al
frustrated.
final
You
es
have to
lo que
iterate
acaba
your first idea
pasando.
1,000
Así
times
que
because
yo
at the end,
os
this is what
animaría a
happens.
eso,
So
a crear
I would encourage you
comunidades, que al
to
final es
create
donde vais a
communities
poder
because in the
dar
end,
más de
it
vosotros.
is where you will be able to give more of yourself. Thank you very much, Veronica.
Rodearte de gente buena y de buena
Así
gente,
es.
lo más importante.
So get surrounded by good people. That's the most important bit. And Ignacio, to finish. Well, from young person to young person, I think that from everything we mentioned, it's important to remember that besides being restless and non-conformist and we like immediate things, we also know how to be ready. We want things to be ready, but we should also be ready and prepared. So we should foster getting ready for what's going to come. We should keep getting trained, fighting for things, and we should go from that value proposal to that real purpose in everything we do. And we should keep being creative to look for alternative business models that we're looking for, and let's go for it.
Yo creo, ¿no? Que se
A
merece.
round of applause for them, please.
Muchísimas gracias, Gala,
Thank you.
Verónica, Ignacio, por estar
Gala,
aquí hoy, por
Veronica,
acompañarnos
Ignacio,
en este
thank you for
lanzamiento
being
tan
here today,
especial
for being with
de
us
la primera
in
edición de
this
Imparables
special launch
2030, como
of the
decía,
first
conjuntamente entre UNICEF y
edition
Tribu,
of
para el
Unstoppable
que, como decía al
2030.
principio, os lanzo el guante a todos
UNICEF
para
and
que
Tribu.
tanto vosotros, amigos,
And
primos,
the
hermanos, gente
ball
que
is
conozcáis en cualquier ámbito que
on your
sabemos
roof
todos que hay
now,
gente
the
que
ball is on
pasa,
your court.
yo
We
diría, sí que
well
más o
know
menos
about
por
people
empezar, que de verdad
who have
encuentren
ideas
este
but they don't
proyecto
know how to start.
humildemente,
So
lo
we
digo,
hope that they find in
una
this
primera
project, let's say it
oportunidad
humbly,
para que todo ese talento
a
que
first opportunity
llevamos,
for
que
all that
lleváis,
talent
lo puedan
that
aprovechar
we
y
all
explotar al
have
máximo. Así que muchísimas
be
gracias a vosotros
availed
por estar aquí y sobre todo, como
as
decía
much as we
antes, no
can. So
perdáis
thank
esta
you all for being
oportunidad
here,
porque nada nos
and
va a
do
hacer
not
más
waste this
ilusión
opportunity
que
because
poder contar
nothing
con cada uno de
will
vosotros
make us
y
more
conseguir entre
excited
todos que pasemos de
than
la queja
counting on
a
all
la
of you
propuesta.
and going
Así que
from
muchísimas gracias
complaints
y
to
que siga
proposals.
triunfando.
So
Gracias.
thank you, and let's get the show on the road. Thank you.
Bueno, espectacular este panel.
Well, amazing. This panel has been
Sobre todo me
amazing.
quedé con una frasecita, las cosas hay
And
que
I
hacerlas
remember
con
something.
miedo. Me
Things
fascinó eso,
need to
muchas
be
veces
done
dice,
despite the
tengo
fear.
miedo,
I was
no quiero
fascinated
hacer,
by
tengo
that.
miedo.
Sometimes you
No,
say,
hay
well,
que hacer las
I'm
cosas con
afraid,
miedo. Yo creo
I
que
don't
cuando
want
uno
to do
tiene
it.
miedo,
But we need
salen
to do
aún
things
mejor,
despite
porque
the
tienes como
fear.
una presión,
When
estás
that happens,
como, no sé,
things
con
come
ganas
out
de
even
no
better. You have
hacerlo y por eso
pressure
lo quieres hacer más.
and you don't want to do
Así que
it.
nada, que se queden con todo lo que le están diciendo el
Things go
panel
great.
y
But
que de
remember what the
verdad
panel said,
aprovechen este tipo de
and
iniciativas para
avail
eso, para
of these
atreverse a hacer
initiatives
lo que siempre han querido
to
hacer,
dare to
pero a lo
do
mejor
what
no
you
han
always
tenido
wanted to
esa
do. But
ventanita de
maybe you
oportunidad
haven't
de
had the
gente que
chance to
está
do it
preparada para ayudarlos.
with
Así
people
que
ready to
nada,
help
los
you.
dejo ahorita con una
So next, I'll
presentación
leave you
súper
with
entretenida.
a
Yo soy
very
fiel
interesting
creyente en la
presentation.
magia,
I'm a
amo
firm
la
believer in
magia,
magic.
que me
I love
sorprendan,
magic.
que todo
I
este
love
show,
getting
así que ahorita los voy a
surprised.
dejar con
So
ilusionista
I'm going to
y
leave you
mentalista.
with
Ahora,
an
antes, quiero
illusionist and
decirles una
mentalist.
cosita. Los
First
que
of all, let me
tengan
tell you about
este
something.
brazalete verde,
If you
por
have
favor,
this
y
green
estén aquí,
bracelet
se pueden dirigir
and
afuera
you're here,
a Sonderzone
please
para que
feel free to get out
vivan la
at the
experiencia.
Sonderzone
For those of you who
to live the
don't speak
experience.
Spanish, if you have this green bracelet, you can now step out and go to Sonder route. Así que nada, espero que disfruten mucho al mentalista que hoy a presentar. Su nombre
Now
es
enjoy the mentalist. I'm going to introduce. His name is Martí Cordero.
Show ya. Show me the car where you telling me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Show ya. Show me the car where you telling me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it. I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a show ya. Show me the car where you telling me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it. I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a show ya. Show me the car where you telling me on. The way you telling me you want.
¿Todo bien?
Hello, everyone.
Es que
And I do have a slight problem. I'm used to getting
ha sido como un
a
poco
lot of
frío, ha sido como
clapping
un poco frío.
when I come out on the stage. And this time it's being a bit cold, so let's do it again. I'm going to go away. I'll introduce myself.
Ahora los cámaras también, ¿eh?
In the first row, even the cameraman should clap non-stop. And what's your name?
Se levanta y
Jose.
grita, "Guapo,
So
qué
please
bueno", ¿sí? Y
stand
entonces lo
up
tenemos, ¿sí?
and go
Ahora,
like, handsome, gorgeous. Okay, let's go
El
for it.
espectáculo acaba de empezar.
The show has just begun.
Un fuerte aplauso
We introduce,
a
with a big round of applause, Martí Cordero.
Ahora, arriba, 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 arriba. Pues
Okay, let's go for it.
eso.
Well done.
Me gustaría empezar con algo
So I'd like to begin
que me he preparado con
with something I've prepared
y es
with a lot of love.
usted que me mira en cara de
So you're looking at me with a funny face. Your name is Giuseppe. You have a €2 coin.
tiene una moneda de dos
Who has a €2
¿Alguien
coin?
tiene? Si no, yo tengo, pero
Does anyone have it? I do, but
¿seguro?
no one? Sure.
No. Vale, pues le damos un fuerte aplauso a Josep, ¿vale?
Okay, so
Usamos la mía
a
y
big
ven,
round of
vente para
applause
acá, vente para acá.
for
Un fuerte aplauso para él,
Giuseppe.
por favor.
We're going to use mine. So could you please join me on the stage?
Por aquí está bien, pues saltar.
This way, I guess.
Lo que sea.
Feel free to jump.
Eso es.
Even give me a hug.
Vale, Josep. El ritmo
Okay,
no es
Josep.
lo tuyo, ¿eh? ¿Todo bien? Vale, ponte al lado de la estrella. Y
You're not a
entonces,
fast runner, but
con la moneda al lado
please
de la estrella, por favor.
position yourself next to the star.
¿Todo bien o qué? Tengo una moneda de 2 euros y
So
lo que
I
quiero
do have a €2 coin.
es normal
Feel free to check it. Is it a normal
y
coin?
un vaso, ¿sí?
And I do also have a glass.
¿Cómo vas de puntería? Muy mal.
How's your aim?
De ritmo
Not
peor.
too good?
Vale, quiero que
Better than your pace?
acertar, ponte un
So,
poco más lejos, ¿vale?
Please
Intentes
try
estar lanzando la moneda dentro del vaso, ¿vale?
to
Le damos como un
aim
redoble, ¿sí?
to throw the coin into the
Por favor, todos,
glass.
que no escucho.
Let's do a drum
Y a la de
sound.
3, ahí va el jugador, está a punto de
So
lanzar.
1, 2, 3.
¡Ay! Bueno, está bien, está bien.
Nearly.
Está bien, intento, está bien,
Okay,
está bien.
nearly.
Voy a
Not bad for a
intentarlo
first
yo,
attempt.
como he dicho,
I'm going to try
quiero
myself.
Así que me
I've
gustaría
really rehearsed it.
a ver si puedo, ¿vale?
So let's see whether I can do it.
Desde aquí, ¿vale? Por favor.
So from right
es
here.
un redoble.
Okay.
Rrrr.
Drum sound.
Espera. Es que he ensayado
hold
mucho y
on.
es un poco
I've
fácil
rehearsed a
para mí.
lot. It's a bit
Puedes coger tú
easy for
el
me.
vaso este
So
grande.
could you please
Con este
get
creo que será menos
that glass?
espectacular y
I think it is going to be more spectacular with these tiny ones.
tanta tontería para lo que voy a hacer. ¿Vale? Rrrr.
Okay,
Ahí va.
drum sound.
Espera.
There I go.
Es que
Okay,
es
hold
un
on.
poco fácil para mí. Entonces,
Might be a
¿puedes
bit
poner
too
el
easy.
vaso como es
Could
normal
you-
el vaso? ¿Puedes examinarlo?
Is that
¿Este
glass
también es
normal?
¿Sí?
Is this
¿Puedes-
glass
puedes
normal?
ponerlo
Could you please check them?
como tapando? Sí.
Could you please put it on
De
top,
manera que es
covering it?
auténticamente hermético. Es imposible de que la
So
moneda
that
entre.
it's totally
¿Puedes
hermetic.
un poco aquí? Y tienes un
The
objetivo.
coin cannot get in.
Tienes que observar
So
todo el rato.
put your hand here and you have
¿Estás preparado?
a mission. You need to observe
Yo
what's
no lo
going on within the glass all the
Vale, voy
time.
ahí, ¿eh?
Are you ready? Okay.
¿Todo el mundo ve la moneda? ¿Sí?
Okay. Can you all see the
¿Cámara lo puede
coin?
ver? ¿Sí?
Can the camera see it?
Gracias.
Okay.
3,
Thank you.
2.
3, 2, 1.
Puedes quitar la moneda, puedes quitar la moneda. Enséñala en alto.
Could you
Enséñala en alto.
please show the
Enséñala en
coin?
alto. Y un fuerte aplauso para él, por favor.
Bring a round of applause for Giuseppe, please.
Increíble.
Not bad, is
Por aquí,
it?
vamos por aquí. Y puedes bailar un poco, baila un poco también.
Let's
La
come
moneda,
this
mira.
way.
Sí, baila un poco porque quiero. Baila un poco. Pero ven para acá. Ta, 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 ta. Ven. Ven, ya sé que el ritmo
Come
no es lo
this
tuyo,
way,
pero ven.
please.
Ta, 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 ta.
You're not very quick, but
A ver, necesito
Come this way.
a alguien. Tú, así
So,
que te veo como muy
I
guapo.
need
y-
someone.
¿Puedes? ¿Perdona?
you're looking good.
Otro, vale, pues otro. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Somebody else? Okay. What's your
¿Cómo te
name?
llamas? Laura. Le damos un fuerte aplauso para Laura, es que te he visto.
Laura? Okay.
Le damos
A
un
round of
fuerte-
applause
ven
for
por aquí,
Laura,
ven por aquí.
please.
Sí, hombre, sí, que no pasa nada.
Come
déjalo
this
tú
way,
aquí.
Laura.
Ven. Y
Leave
le damos
everything
un aplauso
here and just
fuerte, le
join
damos
me.
tiempo, por favor. Eso, Laura.
So let's
Laura no quería
clap for
subir,
Laura.
pero ahora
Laura didn't want to
te dará
come
mucha
up.
envidia a ti, que me has dicho que
Let
no.
him share.
Porque
The
tienes la
guy who didn't want
oportunidad
to
de
come
ganar
up is going to be
50
jealous
euros.
because
¿Eh?
Laura
El
has the
dinero mola,
opportunity
y si es así de fácil. Tengo aquí,
to win
ponte
50
aquí.
euros now.
Aquí. Exacto.
It's going to be easy.
Tengo aquí un billete de 50
So I
euros.
have a 50 euro
Y voy a
banknote
intentar
here.
hacer algo.
I'm
¿Vale?
going to try to do
Voy a
something.
intentar robarte,
I'm going to
pero
try
si tú
to
notas algo, alguna
steal
te
them
estoy
from you.
tocando, cualquier
But
cosa,
if you feel
dime,
something that I'm
para.
touching you or something,
Yo
just tell me
paro,
stop. And I'll
te doy
stop
50 euros, si me pillas.
and
En
I'll
el
give you
momento en que
50 euros if you catch me
¿Sí o no?
when I take them off you.
Vale.
Okay?
Mira así como... quiero
Okay.
que cojas los 50 euros y lo que voy a
Okay,
intentar
so
robarte.
please take the 50 euro banknote and I'm try to steal my phone of you. But to make it more difficult, I'm going to take the cover out. So please put the 50 euros inside here. Can you see them here? And we're going to close it.
Hermética, ¿sí? Y quiero que este bolsillo
Please.
te va bien. Te lo pongo
Hermetic.
aquí, ¿vale? Aquí.
And will that pocket be okay? Right.
Bueno, déjalo.
Please keep it.
¿Vale? Mírame.
Right. Look at me.
Te voy a intentar robar, ¿vale? Está
And
bien.
I'm going to try
está bien.
to
Si tú notas en algún
steal
momento
from you.
algo, si tú notas que te estoy
If you
quitando
notice
algo,
something that I'm pulling something or whatever, stop me and I'll give you 50 euros. So just leave it here.
no toques, que si no te podré robar. Y quiero intentar
And I'm going to try
con música, ¿sí? Así que para...
to do it with music. Do you know how to dance?
Dale música.
More or less? Okay.
Música.
Music on, please.
Y baila.
Now the music. Okay, let's dance a little bit.
Eso.
Let yourself go.
Eso. ¿Podemos bailar juntos o no? ¿Te importa?
Yourself
Sí,
go.
un poquito. Una vuelta, eso.
Okay.
¿Todo bien? Eso. Está muy bien. Hombre, le damos un fuerte aplauso y stop.
A round of applause for Laura, please.
¿Has notado algo?
Stop. Have you noticed anything?
Te he quitado el móvil, se sigue
I
viendo.
touched you.
Pero fíjate,
Is the mobile still there?
con este baile, que ¿has sentido algo?
But with this dance, have you felt anything?
¿Siquiera atracción? Un poquito, no.
A bit of pulling?
No ha habido suerte, pero...
Or a bit of
quiero que
attraction?
veas que has
No?
tenido tiempo de
Okay.
quitarte la
But
funda,
I had
de quitarte
time
el móvil, quitarte
to
los
take
50
out
euros. Quiero que
the
lo veas,
cover
que tengo los 50
and the
euros en el
case,
teléfono.
the
Puedes
mobile,
enseñar en
and I
alto que
have the
tienes
50 euros and the phone here.
absolutamente
Can you show what you've
vacía
got?
solo por
So
la
you
funda.
just
Un fuerte
have
aplauso para
an
ella, por
empty
favor.
case. A round of applause for her, please.
Muchas gracias. Espera, haremos algo.
Thank you.
Haremos algo mejor. Y es que
And we're going to do something even better.
tengo poco tiempo, pero normalmente
Usually I have little time, but
algo que se me da muy
I
bien
tend
y
to
es muy
finish
fácil de
with
hacer y
something I
así.
really like.
Todo bien,
Which is quite
acabado y
easy.
ya está. Pero pensando en el festival,
But thinking of the festival,
he pensado estrenarme haciendo algo que no he
I
hecho nunca.
thought,
Y es algo que me da miedo, la
doing
verdad, pero estaban hablando del
a
miedo.
trip for the
pero
first time.
el miedo está, pero tenemos que
We're talking about
saltar,
fear.
obviamente.
Fear is there, but we need to
Creo
do
que
things despite
voy a
it.
hacerlo, pero os diré
And I
una cosa.
think I'm going to do it. Let
Las
me tell you
veces que
about
lo he hecho
something.
solo me ha salido una vez
Times I've
entre
done
amigos,
it.
porque no depende de mí.
I've
¿vale?
only done it well
Es una
once
cosa que
with
no depende de mí.
friends because it's not up to me.
No depende de mí, depende de
It's not up to me. It's up to you actually,
de otra persona.
and it's up to somebody
¿Alguna vez has
else.
hecho constelaciones familiares o
Have you ever do the so-called
¿Alguien
family
ha hecho una
constellations?
constelación familiar o-
Has anyone ever done it?
Vale, pues quiero
No?
que
Okay.
entre el público
So in the audience,
mires a la gente y escojas
you should look at people
quieres.
and you should choose someone.
Vendrán con mucho miedo.
You've got the power,
Ese de ahí te está
and
mirando.
everyone's afraid of you. That guy is afraid of you.
¿Lo conoces de
That
algo?
guy too.
Sí.
So that person, do you know them? Yes. How do you know them?
Uy.
Have you just met them here?
aplauso para ella, por
Okay.
favor.
So
Eso
a
es.
round of applause
Sube por
for him,
aquí.
please. Okay. Come up on the stage, please.
Eso. Tú estás un poquito nerviosa, pero ya te has como liberado, ya te veo muy bien, ¿no? Bueno,
You're a
estás-
bit
te veo
nervous,
como
but you look a bit
bloqueante.
more
Sí,
liberated.
¿no? Sí, hombre, sí.
But
Ponte tú
you're a
por
bit more relaxed than before. So
Guillermo,
please
encantado.
position yourself here. Guillermo, welcome.
Vale, me gustaría que antes de nada supierais
And
que
before
nada de lo que
anything,
va a pasar es
you should know that
negativo, todo es
nothing about
positivo,
what's
¿vale?
going to happen is negative. Everything's
algo
positive.
Que
You need
hablaremos sobre la
something
escucha, ¿sí? Porque muchas veces
where we'll talk about listening.
en sitios
Sometimes in companies or different places, you try to get listened to and people do not. So you raise your voice. So we're going to try to listen to each other without using our voice, with closed eyes. So
¿vale?
please
Es
look
una
at
cosa que
this,
depende de
at the
vosotros,
audience.
pero
This is up to you.
estáis relajados, ¿sí? Más
You're
o menos,
relaxed,
vale.
right?
Ponte un poquito más aquí, ¿vale?
Okay.
Así, eso es.
So please position yourself here.
Perfecto.
Okay,
Quiero
great.
que cierren los ojos
So please close your eyes, both of you,
y quiero que os relajéis.
and please relax.
Eso es. Quiero que sintáis cómo está la otra
And please feel how the other person
cómo tiene colocado sus pies.
is doing. how their feet are positioned,
Sin abrir los ojos,
and
quiero que
without
notéis
opening
cómo la otra
your
persona
eyes, please feel how the other person has their knees bent,
tensas.
relaxed or tense.
Lo estáis notando muy bien. Quiero que observéis cómo tiene sus manos,
Please observe their hands,
su cadera
their hips,
y sus hombros. Lo mejor
and their shoulders.
el otro
Maybe one of them stands, but not the other one.
genial. No
So
tenéis
you're
que-
doing great.
Y finalmente
You don't
quiero
need to
que
open
observéis
your eyes. And finally,
su cara.
please look at
Algo
their
que
face.
ni con los ojos
Feel their
abiertos
face.
podríais ver.
That's something you can
Quiero que
see with
empecéis a notar
open eyes, but please feel
cómo respira la persona de vuestro
how
del lado.
the other person breathes, the person you've chosen.
¿Podéis abrir los ojos?
Now feel free to open your eyes.
¿Puedo?
You too.
Mira,
May I? So look at the audience.
repito, no sé si saldrá. Es la
I
primera.
don't know that the trick will come out well. It's the first time I do it live on stage, but I'm gonna try to do it. I'd like to try with you.
Y que te
Will you please close your eyes
concentres en cualquier cosa
and
que
concentrate
puedas notar
on
y la
anything
recuerdas,
that
¿vale?
you might
No abras
feel
los ojos.
if you remember it.
Quédate
Do not
quieto.
open your eyes.
Guillermo, dime solo sí o no.
So Guillermo, tell me yes or no.
¿Has sentido que te he tocado?
Have you felt me touching you?
Perfecto,
Yes.
Guillermo, quiero que
Great,
levantes sin
Guillermo.
abrir los ojos la mano derecha.
Please raise your right hand without opening your eyes.
Quiero que con los dedos indiques
And now with your
cuántas
fingers,
veces has sentido que te he tocado.
Tell me how many times you felt
Con los
me
dedos, sin
touching
decir
you
nada.
with your fingers without saying anything.
Quiero que sin abrir los ojos ni decir nada,
And without
des la
opening
vuelta
your eyes or saying anything,
a la espalda.
please turn your back on the audience.
Quiero que Guillermo señales el
So
punto
now, Guillermo,
donde has sentido
can
que te he
you
tocado.
show the exact point where you felt I touched you?
Un fortísimo aplauso para ellos. No
Well,
te he tocado en ningún
big
momento.
round
no
of
te he tocado en
applause for
ningún
them.
momento. Lo
I've
has hecho
never
genial,
touched you.
Lo has hecho genial.
You did great.
Fuertísimo aplauso. Es la primera vez que lo hago.
It's the first time I do it.
Os estáis escuchando muy bien.
But you were feeling each other very well. You do have a connection. I just want to try
Vale,
one last
si
thing.
no sale, ¿me podéis permitir fallar o no? ¿Sí?
And if
vale.
it doesn't come out right, am I
Vale, voy a
allowed to fail?
intentar,
I am, okay. So I'm going to try.
La última cosa. Quiero
Do
que
the
si,
last
si
thing.
sale, les
And if
deis
it comes
una
out
ovación
well,
increíble. Porque
please
realmente es muy
give
difícil
them
lo
a
que están
big,
haciendo.
big
Es la
round of
primera
applause
vez que me
because
atrevo a
what
hacerlo,
they're doing
¿vale?
is very difficult. It's the first time I
Y
dare
quiero
to do
que
it.
si sale, que
If it comes,
vale,
comes out
hacéis,
right,
tenéis que volveros locos.
you need to
Quiero
go
que
mad.
cerréis los ojos.
Absolutely crazy. And please close your eyes, first of all. Both of you.
Estáis en un estado perfecto.
So you are in a perfect stage now.
Ahora no quiero que os
Perfect
concentréis en la persona que tenéis al lado,
So I don't want you to concentrate on the person
sino
next to
quiero
you
que os
now.
concentréis
Rather,
en una cosa que os voy a
I'd
dar.
like you to concentrate on something I'm
Primero a ti,
going to
Guillermo.
give you.
Te voy a dar
First,
una
to
cosa
you, Guillermo,
con
I'm
las
going to
dos
give you
manos,
something with both
y tú,
hands.
sin abrir los ojos, ya notas que es, ya sabes que
And
es,
you,
ya
without
sabes su
opening
peso.
your eyes, you know what it is. You know what's the weight, whether it's cold,
Delicado. Te lo voy a quitar, pero quiero
delicate.
que sientas
I'm going
que
to take it
cada vez lo
out.
tienes. Te lo quito
Please feel that you still have it.
Sientes la energía
So
de lo
you
que te
still
acabo de
feel
dar.
the energy
Tienes que
of
sentir
what I just
la energía.
gave you. And you need to feel that energy all the time, okay?
Voy contigo también. Te voy a dar algo con las
Now
dos
with
manos.
you,
cógelo.
I'm going to give you something with both hands.
Ya sabes qué es.
Just like
Perfectamente.
you know what it is
Siente la energía,
perfectly. So please feel the
el peso,
energy and the weight.
la textura. Te lo quito.
Texture.
Tú tienes que
I'm going
sentir
to
que
take it
todavía
out.
lo tienes.
And you need to feel that you still have it. Okay,
Genial.
great.
Genial. Creo que cuando diga ya, no antes
So
ni después,
when I say
quiero
go,
que
not
lo
before or
que tenéis en
after,
vuestras manos, ¿vale?
what you have in your hands,
Lo rompáis en pedazos. Lo tenéis que
please break
desintegrar,
it
no
in
antes, solo
pieces. You
cuando
need to
yo diga ya.
disintegrate it, not
¿De
before.
acuerdo?
Just when I say go.
No os desconectéis. Eso es.
Please do not get disconnected.
¿Vale? A la de 3,
Okay.
cuando diga ya,
So
lo
1, 2,
rompéis
3.
en 1000 pedazos.
When I say go, just break it. 1,
3.
2,
¡Ya!
3. Go.
Y este fortísimo aplauso para
So,
ellos.
a round of applause for them.
Por favor. Muchísimas gracias, Guillermo. Muchísimas gracias. Que vaya muy bien. Si os ha gustado, podéis bajar. Si os ha gustado, mi nombre es Martí Cordero.
My name is Martí Cordero. I hope you enjoyed it.
Guillermo.
If you haven't, my name is Guillermo. Well, thank you very much.
Impresionante, Martí. Yo quedé cautivada.
Amazing, really amazing, Martí.
También
I was captivated. I guess you were too. It was just incredible. I love magic and I love this show. I was born for this.
Pero ya nada, lo de
I nearly had
tocar,
a
el
heart attack.
mentalista, la
No,
ilusión, la cosa.
touching mentalism, illusion, I love it. So next we're going to have a panel. We're going to get a bit more serious. But it's something very important. Please remember that energy that Martin had. Because we're going to have a panel full of information that is very valuable for all of us. All of us young people who are going through a very tough time with the pandemic, as we all know. So this panel is going to talk about all the challenges we have as young people and how to face this situation regarding the pandemic. So a big round of applause for these great professionals.
Un fuerte aplauso.
So a round of applause for them, please.
¿Qué tal?
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing?
Esperamos que muy bien.
We hope you're doing okay.
Pues, en primer lugar, agradecer de
So
verdad
first of all,
a este
I'd
maravilloso
like to
festival
really
de
thank
talento,
this
Sondersland,
great talent festival, Sondersland, as well as the team of collaborators who are here
que nos tienen aquí
gathered
presentes, que nos han
today.
traído el día de hoy a todos vosotros que estáis escuchándonos a través de todas las
Got you all
redes
here
sociales, de todo
and
internet.
also on social media, all over the internet,
presentes.
and you guys who are here
Qué gran
live.
privilegio de estar el
So
día de
it's a
hoy.
great
Mi nombre
privilege
es Georgiana
to be
Calvo,
here today.
soy
My
la
name is
directora
Georgiana
general
Calvo,
del Global
and I'm the
Youth
General
Leadership
Director of the
Y
Global
bueno,
Youth
para
Leadership
empezar, aquí tengo
Forum.
también a dos figuras
And I've got
impresionantes.
two
A mi
amazing
izquierda,
people
a
here,
Jacob Homo,
amazing
presidente
persons.
del Global Youth Leadership
Jacob
Forum,
Homo,
y a Carlo Angrisano,
President
secretario
of
general de
the
Relaciones del PP.
Youth
A los dos les
Diversity
pedimos un gran aplauso, por favor.
Forum, and Carlo Angrisano, President of the Young Generations of the PP political party.
tras el COVID-19.
So we've called this panel the challenges
Y cómo no decirlo,
of
¿no?
young
Desde el medio
leaders
ambiente
after
al
COVID-19.
desempleo,
And we have
pasando,
many
por
challenges
supuesto,
from
por
unemployment
todo
to
el
the
tema
environment,
educativo, la
not to
evolución, la
mention
innovación y la
education,
transformación que debemos tener
evolution,
pues,
transformation,
ya con nosotros
things
desde
that
este
need to be
inicio de
with
la
us
pandemia hasta
from the beginning of the
nuestros futuros
pandemic
hijos. Con lo cual, a mí me
until
gustaría que
our
por favor
children. So
comenzáramos y que nos dieran una introducción
let's
de qué estáis
begin.
haciendo dentro de vuestras organizaciones y cómo estáis
And
manejando
could you
este
please give
tipo
us
de
an
retos.
introduction of how you're managing this in your organizations and how you're managing the challenges? And let's begin with you, Jacobo. Thank you, Gina. It's a great privilege to be here at Sondersland. I'd like to thank the organization, Pablo, and everyone involved in this festival, which is a real reference in promoting young talent.
Después de la pandemia, la complejidad que tiene.
After the pandemic, we know how complex it is to do this kind of fora and the global impact, and it's not easy. And the job you're doing is really amazing. I don't know whether you can hear me well, but for me, it's a great privilege.
Ahí, perfecto. Para mí también es un auténtico privilegio poder compartir espacio con Carlo y con Gina,
Carlo and Gina.
directora general del Club de Estudios y Fórum, también con una dilatada trayectoria en el ámbito político,
They have a vast experience in politics and
y conoce bien
they have worked in multilateral organizations. They know well about the challenges of youth
de las organizaciones multilaterales y los
and multilateral organizations. The challenges that the new times are imposing upon us. And Carl is a great reference. He's the General Secretary of the new generations of the Popular Party. He's got an international career. He's worked at the European Democratic Students, and he is committed in studying diplomacy and international relations, and he's got a very vast professional career, which is quite relevant nowadays. And as Gina was saying, I'm the president of the Global Youth Leadership Forum. This initiative is promoted by the UN, the World Bank, the European Commission, and the government of Spain. And it's an intergenerational global forum for dialogue. So we work with senior people, presidents, former presidents, ministers, prime ministers, reference academics, Nobel laureates, and we look for young leaders until below 40 or under 40 years of age. And many of these young people have important positions in the public and private and academic sphere, so they know about how complex it is to manage and face real life. And I'd like to thank Pablo again and the rest of his team, because I think it's quite appropriate, and these are the challenges of young leaders globally after COVID-19. I think this pandemic for everyone has been a real shock. It really has sped up the main global trends that we have been seeing and identifying for a long time. These trends have brought a lot of prosperity and development, and it's essential to have the right tools and mechanisms from the public policy perspective, as well as the involvement of the private sector. And we're working on that to consolidate, well, you already know, because we've talked a lot about that, which is to consolidate that development model that is really sustainable. So in the last few years, I think that everything we've done internationally and all the policies and the private and public sector cooperation and the commercial cooperation mechanisms and the generation of opportunities have taken us to what we are now, a global village. It's a time of more prosperity, economic growth, development, and more integration internationally. And we have experienced with the largest addition of people to the middle classes, but this process has been paired with different imbalances and adjustments that are important and even essential. More than important, we need to try to correct them.
I think that we have had different policies that have understood how important it is to consolidate growth models that increase the beneficiaries of this value chain, the number of people that take benefit from the whole economic development and technological development process, and it has crystallized in some trends that, generally speaking, we could say that are sustainable. If we think of sustainability from the public point of view, from the government point of view, I think that the SDGs and the Agenda 2030 will be the main guideline that will be ruling in the years to come in the public policy at the international level, but it has a direct implication with the international private sector. And I think that right now, as maybe Carlo can comment on that later on, the collaboration of the link between the public and private sectors that had been a great challenges that we had faced in the last years. Now it's a reality. And we need to be aware of the fact that because of this economic growth and this globalization process that we've experienced, some of the big companies have more capability to define or to shape the development model of development thanks to their global presence, the flexibility, their quickness when they're making decisions. So this is why it is important that they are involved. So in parallel, not only from the public point of view, we hadn't only diagnosed to include or to increase the value chain, and the private sector has been aware of all this. We've seen this during the introduction, aligned with the SDGs. We've seen the ESG of socially responsible investment, corporate governance, etc. And we've seen this with other private initiatives that have been developed by great companies, like, for example, Business Roundtable in New York, that brings together the main companies in the landscape, and the main authorities in the country reached the conclusion that it was key to try to align the interests that the shareholders had with the rest of the stakeholders. So what's the main challenge in such a difficult time that we're going through, where the uncertainty and change because of the transformation and technology transformation will be key? So I think it's key to try to articulate these PPPs, where sustainability, we understand sustainability as economic sustainability, market sustainability, system sustainability, climatic and environmental sustainability. They have to be reality, and the politicians have a key role to play, have a difficult role here, because Carlo, the challenges are increasingly more difficult, and this is what we're going to ask right now, because the challenge are the governments. So maybe you can comment on, well, generally speaking, what are the requests that the young leaders are having right now? Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you to the organization, Gina and Jacobo, for sharing this panel with me. And I would like to say thank you for being here, for being in this forum devoted to young talent on Friday afternoon. We've just seen Martin's show. I think that it was a great example of a young talent, and unfortunately, maybe our generation has had is not that involved in political issues. This path has not only been easy. I come from Barcelona, with the party they represent. I've had some difficulties when making policies for young people in Barcelona, and as a young politician, as a politician representative, maybe one of the few in Spain that come from the Z generation, we are having a double impact. First of all, because of the pandemic of the COVID-19, but we are still suffering the consequences of the economic crisis that we had in 2018. I don't know how will we be defined in the history books. I'm sure that the name of our generation won't be Z generation, but maybe they will call us the COVID-19 generation or something similar, because the disruption in our lives has been so big that it will entail consequences for the time that we have left on this earth. And in such key and fundamental years as these ones. For example, when you start your degree, you end up your degree, and you should start working, and you should join the labor world. So, unfortunately, in Spain, this is increasingly more difficult for young people. As Jacobo was saying, I come after chairing the Student Association of the European Popular Party. I've been in Brussels for a couple of years. I was there when the pandemic arose, and we were trying to give solutions to the problems that the young people had. In April last year, we were worried, well, first of all, about having a social responsible attitude towards the pandemic. I think that we have shown that we are a generation that is really making the grade. I think that we are there when we are needed. We've been generous. We have been able to contribute to the society, and we've been able to show that the topics that they are trying to blame us with are not true. That we go party, that we're not responsible with the mask, with the distance, social distance, etc. And last year I found many cases of young people that through volunteering, through the association tissue that they were part of, they gave a hand to the people that were suffering the most, that were the elder people, so to speak. And we were worried for the young people that were trying to go on the Erasmus program. Erasmus scholarships are not a stupid thing. It's about building the European identity for the future generations. It's about giving an opportunity for young people, for them to discover other places of the old continent, so that they can understand that we have common roots, we'll have a common culture, and we should avoid having the temptation of wars, nationalisms, protectionisms, and eventually to undermine all the progress thanks to the EU. So for that, it was a priority to not to end up with the Erasmus program, to offer a second chance to these students that had received those scholarships, and they were not able to enjoy them because, as many of my colleagues, they had to use this scholarship remotely, and of course, the most important part of this experience was lost. I don't know if any of you were in that situation last year, but without any kind of doubt, one of the priorities in the education world was that. Another priority was to give common criteria and guidelines in higher education. Because of this credit acknowledgement system that we have in Europe, it was key to foster measures so that the education guidelines were similar or equivalent in the whole continent, because let's keep in mind that last year 90% of the students all over the world had to attend their lessons remotely, and this creates a great disruption in our training, disruption possibly in our CVs. And I think that we have all asked ourselves, what are they going to think in the labor market when I come along with the course that I've passed during the pandemic? We need to be realistic. We know that the level of requirement that we have for an online exam is not the same that we have in a face-to-face exam. And this is something that we have to fight against. It's a scourge that we have to fight against. And so maybe these are the first reactions that we had last year. When the pandemic started, we would say that these were the immediate answers on the short term, and what we tried to foster while talking to the European MPs, talking to the members of the European Popular Party, talking to the people of the party, trying to get to the different departments of the Commission, and we have to learn a lesson for the future is that we need to have much more EU to be ready for these challenges in the future, because if at educational level we had all this chaos in terms of recognition, accreditation, credit accreditation, etc. It's mainly because the European Union has a low capability to have an impact on education. The same happens with health. And this is why we saw cases of some countries that were deeply selfish with other countries, sizing health material at the connection flights at different airports, and of course violating endless European guidelines and international guidelines. So this was maybe the first idea that I could develop when we had a little bit more perspective and the pandemic ended up, and now we need to tackle all these challenges that we have ahead of us. And it is, well, the point is that we have the highest youth unemployment rate in Europe. We have we have specific circumstances, and well, you know what's happening with the price of the light, and well, to leave home for the Spanish young people is really difficult. This can't be the rule here. We need to have a country of opportunities where young people like Martí that have a project that have something to do, we want them to develop the best way they want. So this is the point of view that I have out of the ideology that I have. This is why I'm part of this political party. Maybe it's not the most important party in this room. I'm realistic. This is why I wanted to tell you that another task that young people have, I think that we have realized about it, the Spanish politics is highly polarized. I mean, we are living tensions, even we're living very difficult times in the parliament, on the streets. I think that young people who are globalized, young people think that here everybody speaks English, everybody has traveled, everybody has discovered other cultures, everybody has friends that have been born in other parts of the world. We know that it's much more what brings us together than what separates us. We need to face all these challenges in common, and politically, my analysis would be that young people right now need to be the part of society that requests their representatives to speak, to reach agreements, to develop programs, and to reach state agreements so that the situation of the society in general can improve and we are able to recover as soon as possible of the economic and social impact of this crisis that goes much further. The unemployment, emancipation. Today is the International Day to prevent suicide, and unfortunately, one of the reasons that has risen the most. This is one of the reasons that has risen the most among young people: suicide since the pandemic started. So we should be speaking about mental health. And what measures are being taken from the institutions to help young people that are having a hard time from the mental health point of view. And this is something that is not very much commended. I think that we're not speaking about that, and I think that this is another problem that we have. We can't allow so many people to die every year because of a suicide. That's a tragedy for our society. And I think that that we all together should come together and setting our differences aside, we should fight against that and to look for a future, for a better future. Thank you, Carlo. The truth is that you have talked about a very interesting future for us. It's a very difficult time that young people are living, but we have great challenges. The future of our countries is in our hands, in our regions, and the whole world. So it's in our hands. I mean, we have to leave the best things of this planet to our kids. It's in our hands. You've mentioned a couple of things: innovation, digitalization that are here to stay in such a globalized world, as you've said in your statement. So I would like to close this speech, 2-3 minutes each, and I would like you to tell me what you think about innovation and development. I know that R&D and I are very important, both the countries, and well, everybody basically should be following this line to make more investments, to have more funds for this, because we've seen this with the vaccines and to see how everything has improved. So, what I wanted to answer is it here to dehumanize society, or will this bring us even more together? Thank you, Gina. When we are speaking about this, I think that we have to see this from a global point of view. We need to try to understand that these phenomena, beyond the things that we have, we are Spaniards, you're Mexican, so maybe we have a different point of view. But now that we're speaking about technology and scientific development, creativity, etc., I think that the pandemic has made the global trends to be here to stay. The economy that will rule the world in following years will be the economy of knowledge. So this is why it is important. Well, I love to listen to young political managers to speak about great consensus. We need to understand that these trends are here to stay, and we need to reach these great consensus that you mentioned, to have an intelligent R&D and I policy, we need to face the private sector in a decisive way to try to be competitive. You were speaking about how important the European Union is. We need to know that the next generation is going to be very important to try to modernize all these skills, and we need to try to be competitive from the economic point of view and from the technology point of view, but we need to try to look for the inclusion. So training and to give choices to opportunity is key. The vocational training and colleges should be in line with the market requirements and market demands, and we should try to understand what are the main trends that will have from an innovation point of view. I think that this will make the difference between the countries and the companies, and it's very important, and collaboration is very important. You were speaking about vaccines. I think that in this world, maybe this end of the crisis, if we do not, and if countries don't understand how important it is to share the knowledge, it can be a crisis of imbalance. We are seeing this with the impact that the coronavirus is having in Latin America, and it was a trend that we had been seeing during last 5 or 10 years, especially with the drop in commodities demand by China and the lack of competitiveness by the Latin American economy. Well, these have been problems, and we need to have these consensus that are the foundations for all these things, and I'd like you to foster that, of course. I totally agree with you, Jacobo. These topics should be a priority for our generation. And maybe I've painted some catastrophic scenario. We're speaking about challenges, and the challenges that we have ahead of us make us think that it's very difficult to be optimistic after everything that has happened. But if we have an advantage as a generation, is that we are a native, digital native generation. We are the first native digital generation. We are the first generation that has this advantage as starting point, and we know how all these tools work, and we'll have the base adaptation capability. These needs to come together with training, with education plans that fit the market needs, but we have a great advantage, and this is that we are able to adapt quickly, know what the tools are, and these tools are exactly what has allowed a big part of our economy to be safe. And now we can be as we are after 1 year and a half of the pandemic. And anyway, we are recovering that normality, of course, slower than what we would like, but much faster than what we were doing if we didn't have these technologies that would allow us to keep economy alive during the lockdown. Or, well, they allowed us to be locked down and save the economy and not forcing people to keep on going to the street to save the economy to lose more lives. So we need to see the gift that we have, allows us to work remotely, to communicate in a much more efficient and fast way. We are able to work with people that are different points on Earth on the same day or simultaneously, and all these advantages have to be seen as our great generational strength, and we need to use them in our favor and in our benefit. And I think that we've seen something. The young talent is highly focused on the digital sector, on sectors like, for example, in Spain, the video game sector is a cutting-edge sector in Europe, but it's true too that in Europe we are lacking that investment, that private investment perspective. We don't have an ecosystem that favors private investment in development, in research. And if we compare to other continents, to other countries like China, Israel, or the US, we are more or less at the same level in terms of public investment, but the R&D and I investment of the private sector is very low, not because our companies don't want to invest in these sectors, but because conditions are much more difficult in Europe than in these countries. So this is another point that we need to deal with as young people, so that we don't have to export our talent and our scientists and researchers to other parts of the world. Because eventually, if BioNTech has been able to develop a vaccine in the EU, let's keep in mind we have had another vaccine from the United Kingdom that is not part of the EU, and the EU can't say that it has had its own vaccine to fight against this pandemic, while the other states, for example, the Security Council of the United Nations, have been able to develop their own vaccine. And we have been able to, they've been able to add themselves on this list of privileged people that have developed their own vaccine. And this is an evidence of the deficiency that we have in terms of R&D and I investment. Thank you very much, Carlo. Thank you very much, Jacobo. The truth is that, well, from great points of view and from different sectors, it comes from different fields, so we have been given a great strategic point of view of what you're doing at different organizations, and I would like you to know that, well, this festival is being is on streaming. I mean, we can be watched from any point of the world, and this speaks about globalization and digitalization. So I just have to say thanks for being here. Thanks for everybody that has made this talent festival possible. And I would like to invite you to be part of the Global Generation Forum that will be between the 26th of September and the 1st of October in Santander. And thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Alexander, Tomas, everybody that is behind this. And see you soon. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al panel. I'm gonna switch to English.
Thank you very much to the panel.
that panel. It's so important to be reminded that even though we have so many challenges, and right now with all of the pandemic and all that we already know and we're kind of tired to talk about, it's just something that it's really affecting us. But at the end of the day, as they said, we need to keep going, keep looking for ways to help each other, to help the world, and just be able to move forward and don't get stuck in the problem, but just look for the solution. So now I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker. She is Nina Sheeny. She's going to talk to us about how she's working to create a more sustainable fashion industry. Really, really interesting. So let's give her an applause.
Hi, I'm very happy to be here and very honored to be allowed to talk in front of you guys for 20 minutes. Let's see if we can get this working. Yeah. So I'm from Social Works. I know I was introduced about sustainable fashion, but that's not really my topic. My topic is I work at Social Works. We are one of the leading influence agencies in Scandinavia. So first off, who am I? And then I'll be talking about how it all started and hopefully inspire you guys to get started as well if you have a good idea. Then I will talk a bit about how do you know if it's a good idea. This is a question I've had so many times, is when do you know when it's worth it? Then what did it take to get started? How did we get started? And my top 3 mistakes, so maybe you can not do the same. And then I'll talk a bit about what I believe we need to see from leadership moving forwards. So who am I? I am born in Denmark and from Denmark. I am 29 years old, and I started as an entrepreneur at age 17. Back then, I bought Facebook pages that had a lot of followers, and then I used these to distribute commercials. So in a way, that was the same thing that influencers do today. That was just before it all existed. I've always been creating a lot of things ever since I was a kid. I always had a lot of projects and knew I could create stuff that other people would find interesting. So ever since I was very young, I even did clothes for Barbie dolls for my friends, and then they bought that. I started the first influence agency of Denmark when I was 22. And that was when we didn't really have Instagram. Instagram had just started, but that was more just their stuff there. Then 2 years later, we merged into Social Works. We got merged with another company and had an investor invest in us, and then we grew to being 15 employees today and work a lot with both creatives and data-driven influencer marketing. This year, I was awarded Forbes 30 Under 30 within media and marketing. So that was quite a big milestone. So how did it all start? I was kind of an entrepreneur by coincidence, like in the way that I am today, because I was working at an advertising agency. And then the founders of this agency, they asked me if I wanted to run a startup they were going to start, and I would be responsible for the project and get some shareholders, be a shareholder in that. And I found that very interesting, and I said yes to being a part of that. And then this company sold jewelry, and I spotted we could market this through influencers in a really clever way, but no one really understood what I was trying to say. I was really trying to convince people that this is the next big thing. But people were like, yeah, influencers, it's only going to be here for a year or so, and then it will be gone again. So I decided to take matters in my own hand and start my own company on my own. And then I also studied entrepreneurship back then, and I had an exam where I was telling about why influencer marketing is going to be a big thing. And my teacher turned it down big time and said, this is never going to happen. You shouldn't focus on that. Get a real job. And I thought, okay, you might not believe in it, but I really do. So I kept on going, and as of today, it's a huge billion-dollar industry, so it is a thing. So when do you know if it's a good idea? I always say it's like being in love. You think about it 24/7, maybe you can't sleep, you talk about it to all your friends and family, and you really want to get feedback from a lot of people. And you might not even care what others think. You just think, I want to do this. So if you're that passionate about something, you should go for it. You should do it. So for me, what it took to get started was to find a solid partner, because I knew that two people with different competences can get a lot further than just one person. So I found my partner, who is a really good salesperson, and I'm more into strategy and concepts, but he was a really good people's person, so I thought us together would make a really good team. Then, of course, you have to decide if you're willing to put the time into it that it takes, because it will take a lot of your time, and you should be willing to work 50 hours a week if that's what it takes. So you should agree with yourself towards if this is something you want to invest so much time in. Then I want to tell you a bit about my top 3 mistakes during the last 7 years in this company. And one of the things when I first started, because we had an investor, this means that we had quite a lot of employees from the beginning when we ran social works, and I didn't have the leadership competences. I wasn't developed like that. I hadn't tried it before. So one of the things I said to my friends were, I wish employees could just be robots. That would be so much easier. But that is a big mistake, because if you really invest in people and you start to care, really care about people and know what motivates them, you will get so much back in return, and you will be inspired, you will get a lot of feedback on how to run your business. So it's really important to invest in people, of course. So yeah, you need to learn how to develop yourself as a leader, and you need to develop your whole team a lot. This is probably the one thing you will be doing the most of. Then it can be going too slow. You can also go too fast. We have seen that a lot of times, but also be careful that you don't go too slow, because you tell yourself, I cannot do that, that's too big a responsibility, or you're maybe scared to go faster, but dare to go full speed. But of course, be cautious and have your numbers in place. But if you can see that this is working, then dare to grow it and make it even bigger, because our company was so small to begin with, but it was also one of the first influencer agencies. So if we had just been really fast and signed a lot of influencers to begin with, we would have been even bigger today than we are today. So dare to go full speed. Then one of the advices I got when I first started, it was hire slow, fire fast. That's a saying it's a very American saying maybe. But I would say you can definitely fire too fast. If you're responsible for your team, you're responsible for the whole team. And when you're firing a person that is very likable within your team, or that's an important player within the team, that happens sometimes, then be really cautious of the way you do it. And make sure that everyone is on board, and make sure that you understand how this person is feeling. It might be necessary, but make sure that you're doing it in a proper way. It's so important, because it can ruin your whole team. So be very careful when you do something like that. Then I would like to talk a bit about what I believe we need to see from leaders. In my experience, it's really important to be explicit and proactive, meaning that be explicit about your feelings and be explicit about where we're going, what is going to happen. Don't hold too much back. Also, if you don't agree with something, be explicit, because then people know, they really know you, they know your stand, and this creates trust. So if you're explicit about your opinion, then this will create a much better working climate. And then be proactive. It's important as a leader to always be a few steps ahead, always know, where's this headed, where are we going? So be proactive in everything that you do, or at least try to be. Also work on yourself. How well do you know yourself? How well do you know how you will react in certain situations? It's really important as a leader to know yourself very well. So you can do courses with your team, you can do courses for the management or even on your own, but it's important to know what are your talents, what are your pitfalls, and how do you react under pressure. And then also focus on what really creates value when working, because as you grow as a company, you will get into what's called pseudo work. It means that you can get into a lot of administration and paperwork, and we will report on this, and we need to check these numbers, but be aware of what really creates value for your product, and what do you really need to do to set this free. Then I believe work-life balance is also very important in the years to come. It has always been very focused on hours, hours, hours. I know I said before that you need to put a lot of work into it, and you do, but you also need to be really aware of work-life balance and give your employees or yourself the opportunity to also do something else, because you will be inspired and you will re-energize and you will come back to work much stronger. Then one thing I discovered was hire people you would likely be friends with. And of course also hire diverse. Don't hire one type of person, but hire people that you admire, that you believe have good values, that you can see yourself in some way, because if you really like the person, then you will be much better at a leader for them. So hire people that you believe have the right values, the right energy, the right outlook on things. And then, of course, hire diverse. You need to have different people in your team. You cannot just have one type of person, an outgoing, whatever. You need to have different people in your team. I believe it's as you grow as a company as well, you need to learn that it's not only about profit. You need to stand and you need to do better. So for your employees to feel that they're part of a purpose and a bigger journey, you need to take a stand on, okay, what is this company? What are the values of this company? How do we want to change the world? And for us, it is that as we grew, we discovered that we actually have a lot of responsibility. We have a lot of responsibility for who do we match with Adidas or Louis Vuitton or Dior. Who do we match with the big brands? Who do we push out there? And because they will grow a lot when we match them with a brand. So are they capable of inspiring the generations to come? So we want to make them become better leaders as well. Then I believe it's a good thing to be a vulnerable leader. It's a good thing to show character and to say when you have done a mistake, then tell it and say it. Of course, in the right way. You cannot blur it all out there, but dare to be a vulnerable leader, because that also creates a tight bond with your team. So it's really important to see people, and it's really important to help your employees see each other. They also need to care for each other. Yeah, that was all for me. Thank you.
Amazing. I love when successful leaders actually share with us their experiences and how they look for amazing people to work with. Now, the next company is going to be super exciting. They have a proposal and a vision that I think it's going to shake all of us. So please welcome on stage Jaime Castillo, Eneco Rojas, Jorge Malayo from Shakers.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. And first of all, thank you very much for being here. I want to thank the organization, Sonderland. It's been some amazing journeys, and I'm really glad they giving the opportunity to Shakers to participate. I hope, guys, you are enjoying. My name is Jaime Castillo. I'm one of the founders of Shakers, and we are a tech startup. Here today, we are ready to talk about the future of work. We're going to try to give a really practical approach about a matter about the future of work, which is the outsourcing of digital projects and talent for the companies, okay? This is basically what we do at Shakers, but let's give a little bit of context to this model, okay? In Shakers, we've seen in the world that something is changing in the way that work is being organized. We are seeing a switch from the talent wanted to work in a philosophy of company-based work, and they are switching to a project-based work, okay? Millennial and young talent is making this shift, and there are trends indicating this all around the world. And there are two key facts that we believe are important for this switch is happening, okay? The first one is that world is and societies are changing really fast because of the digitalization process, and they need and must be more and more flexible, liquid, and fast-changing organizations. So they need, and they are understanding that also that they need their internal workforce, they need a really temporal and super specialized external workforce to come and work with them, okay? And in the talent side, we are seeing that all around the world, young talent is leaving their companies and going to a project-based modality, which is called freelancing. And we see this because these young people around the world, these digital nomads, as earlier today a guy has spoken, we want to have the ownership of our time, our productivity, our efforts, and decide who, when, and where we want to work. And as these two trends are happening in the world, there are many ecosystems like Shakers that are appearing to enable the connection and the improvement of the relationships between these digital nomads, these digital freelancers around the world, connecting with the companies, because companies know that some of the best talent in the world are freelance, and they want to be able to work with them, okay, in an organized way. This is what Shakers enables to, with the focus of helping companies to publish their challenges in our platform and connecting with this qualified digital freelance workforce and enable them to focus on working happy, getting success on their projects, and we take charge of all the bureaucracy and the frictions as the intermediaries, okay? Basically, that's the approach of many platforms as Shakers around the world, and we're here today because this trend that is strongly hitting many countries is not really understood for many people, and we are today now ready to talk with Eneko and Jorge, okay? And this is going to be a real-time Q&A. Eneko is the brand and strategy director of a Spanish firm, which is called Grupo Peldaño, and he's a client of Shakers, and he has connected with Jorge. Jorge is a really top freelance guy. He works in growth marketing, and they are together right now, currently working through our platform in a project which is called Plataforma de Negocio. It's an event holding in Barcelona el año, and Jorge is helping them with the marketing digital strategy, and they are currently working together through this innovative cutting-edge methodology that we have created. And well, we wanted to open the Pandora box, and on real time, I want to interview them. Why did you start your adventure with us?
Sure.
How did you start with this model?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I am Eneko Rojas. I am the brand director in Peldaño, and we have Peldaño is a group, B2B communication group, that we are in 9 markets right now, and we have a big project right now. It's an event called Plataforma de Negocio, a business platform. You can check it out at plataformanegocio.es. And well, we were looking for the specific profile of talent to boost, to to empower the communication, the marketing of this event. So usually on Peldaño, we try to hire talent and waste a lot of time in process that are really, you know, for specific projects are like wow, too much, you know, a lot of time and that stuff. So one of my team, one mate, told me, "Hey, have you heard about shakers?" And I said, "Shakers?" and he said, "Yes, shakers." And I said, "No, should I?" Yeah, take a look. And I entered the website. I check it. What was going on in that? What you were talking about? It's very simple. He said it's like a dating app. You know, the dating app like Tinder, like Mythic. Well, you have a project and you have an ecosystem of talent. So you publish your project, and then you help. They help you to find the perfect talent to the project with that project. In this case, a business platform. So that's how is that's the way how it started with the adventure with you.
And Jorge, how did you find the first with Eneco?
Well, I remember this was 1 year ago. I think we connected by LinkedIn. I know that was the first moment I met the project. And for me, it was attractive because I have been working as a freelance years ago. And what attracted me the most was that Shakers told me, like, hey, you're going to work with clients that speak the same language as you. And that's very important for a freelance to work for work in project, because if the client doesn't speak the same language as you, it's so difficult to get the best results and to work. You have to think that the freelance have to work with their team. You have to work with the client day by day. So when I saw that that was going to be ensured in the project, for me that was the first touch.
How was for you meeting Eneco through a platform like ours?
Well, it was so easy. At the beginning, we started talking, and as I said, it was like we were talking the same language. So it was so easy. We connect, I think, at the first moment. And well, now we are working together. I think we understand each other very good. We understand the corporate and the freelance. And well, I think we are getting, apart from the project, a friendship also, I think.
Yeah,
so.
sure.
And Eneco, talking about the methodology and the tools like that we built for you to use.
Yeah, well,
I know they're not the best right now, and we are improving them.
Do you have
what do you think about working with agile methodologies? Is it fine for you and your teams?
Yeah, sure. You have had a long way to improve, but it is awesome the concept, because you have all in one platform. You have well, first of all, we met in a video call to see if there was feeling, if there was fluid communication, the communication flows, and we were in the same mood. So for us, it was really easy with your help, Jaime, with the help of Shakers, always checking all the process. And as I was saying, the platform is great. You have all in one. You have you have a chat. You have all the projects. You know, we are working in right now. Peldaño is going through a lot of transformations, so we have a lot of projects. But talking about this one in specific, yeah, it was great because you know all the. Of course, I would like to. I would to say, you know, all the bureaucracy, all the contracts, all that stuff. I would say the most valuable thing of Shakers is the saving time. You were saying before, so it's great. The methodology you take to Peldaño is great because it's
your own methodology. I think I talk for like by every freelance that when a freelance works with a new corporate, it's like, okay, I'm gonna learn the new methodology that is corporate, or you have to teach the corporate how to use your own methodology, right? So for me, this is a time waste that I don't have with this kind of projects, because you already have this agile methodology that actually it works because it's working with us, and you get the point to just focus on the project. You don't think about the administrative and legal issues. You don't think about how we are going to work. No, you just
focus on the project and go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. And what do you think, guys, about that? We are not public, that we are like a private social area where we certificate businesses and freelance. Is that fine with you? Would you like to be public? What do you think about that?
Well, I think when at the beginning, I remember the onboarding that you made me as a freelance. I remember that I don't remember that as an exam or something like that, but I actually remember that like you wanted to know me I felt like you wanted to know me for searching me for the perfect match, right? So when you enter these applications like Tinder, Meetic or something, they get your information for them to get the algorithm, the information that they need to find your perfect match. So for me, that was perfect. Like, okay, yeah, I want to give all the information, and also it's a necessary filter that you are concerned you have to pass because you're going to be a partner. This is going to be a partnership, or that's how I understood. It's like, okay, if we are going to be a partners, is this going to be a partnership? We have to know each other.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Like,
I would like to say that all the clients you have, because again, we are working in other projects. For us, it's like a quality guarantee, and we are really, to have the tranquility of choosing between the best of the best is like peace of mind for us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. So for the talent here, learning, I want to share with you guys. That probably is one of the keystones that how we are building this model, and it's applicable for every work you are going to search in your life. This is Sonderland is a talent festival, and I want to give one of the main learnings that we had at Shakers, okay? And in me, in my professional career, and when I try to coach or help my friends or people about the work they're looking for, their dream work, that one that you say, okay, I don't know what to do. Guys, it's really, really important, and it's one of the base of our technology that you learn your specifics of human being, your philosophy, and your culture. Companies nowadays need to have a heart, need to have a purpose, need to have a strong culture philosophy. And I strongly recommend you guys to think and pursue what are my goals, what are my purpose, what are my values, and try to look for companies with cultures and with purpose, and then start the process. And I suggest to strongly say this at your interviews, or if you're working as a freelance in your projects, because it's the key for the happiness and the passionate way of working. And it's going to be much better for you and for the companies you work for and you work with if the cultures are aligned. And this is the base of Shakers, and I suggest for you, each one of you, to think about this and to understand it before going into your next job adventure. So I hope you guys learned something. Today, we are with some job offers at Shakers if you guys are looking for a place to work. So you should check it out, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna check Shakers out for sure. I think it's so important to remember that. Purpose, just having a clear understanding of what you want, not only financially, but on what are your goals, your objectives, and yeah, I love that presentation. So now it's time for a break. So if you're watching us online, you can go refuel for 30 minutes and then come back online because we have so many things in store for you. Y ahora en español vamos a tener un pequeño break. Así
so now we're going to have a short break. So feel free to check all the things we've got out there, to have a beer, listen to music, and please be back in 30 minutes. Because we've got many things you won't want to miss. Thank you, and see you shortly.
Yo quisiera
El segundo es que tenemos que definir un target muy concreto, un usuario, para que le interese el valor que vayamos a ofrecerle, a cuantos más mejor, pero de algo muy concreto. Es decir, tenemos que definir un gran problema que en este caso vayamos a solucionar. El tercero es que el liderazgo recomiendo que sea compartido entre los miembros de la comunidad. Los humanos llevamos organizándonos en grupos de personas con intereses similares y con causas comunes desde hace millones de años. El liderazgo se ha ido descentralizando y se va a descentralizar mucho más en el futuro, y esto no significa que desaparezca, sino que el propio liderazgo recae en los propios miembros de las comunidades. La cuarta es que tenemos que definir objetivos de impacto y no tanto objetivos de crecimiento, aunque por supuesto sin crecimiento en muchos casos no hay tanto impacto. En quinto lugar, tenemos que usar la información como gasolina para aportar valor. Basemos nuestras decisiones en datos,
y fue
in front of the camera. Do not leave any empty spaces. You should make gestures and smile and take care of your picture as you speak. And use the teleprompter tool to speak during a video. There's only one opportunity for first impression, so do not waste it. Add an explanatory note when you add a new contact on LinkedIn. Your CV bad and unsorted? That's a mistake. Add your CV to the position you're interested in and add a picture. Increase your LinkedIn contacts to more than 500 and that will position you better. So you'll become something much more popular. Also foster your emotional intelligence to convey your ideas so they get to a good place. And develop empathy. That's in very high demand. Do not underestimate the... And please go a step ahead. Why should you settle for this when you can have this? And most importantly, follow your purpose. Find your place and do not settle. We've been looking for that first job for a long time, but if you don't like it, you're not learning, you're not advancing, keep going, look for your own place. It's up there. We're social about the talent you've got. We think that we want you to connect with everyone. Make yourself known to best companies, networking zone, networking chart. We await you at Sondersland. 3 reasons to create a sustainable business. It's much easier if you have a social purpose. Your customers will be an active part of the challenge. Taking care of the power of the planet is responsibility of everyone. Persuading my colleagues to go to Sondersland beaches or there's music.
Welcome back from the break. I hope you all have refueled and now are ready for more amazingness. Now we're gonna get to the stage one of our partners, Schneider Electric. These two girls are the winners of the Go Green project. So please give an applause to Dorothy y Elena.
$789 million people around the globe have no access to electricity. Did you know almost the same amount of people have no access to potable water?
We did not realize that until a year ago, when our journey began. We are Elena and Dorothy, and this is a story on how on a Sunday morning we came up with an idea that will have a huge impact in our lives.
So first, let's introduce ourselves. She's Dorothy, she's one of my best friends. She's really clever and so smart. She's studying aerospace engineering at Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya. And, well, what's more, she knows 5 languages, and she's about to start a 6th one. That's quite a lot for me, at least. She's the nicest person I know. She's really kind, and you can always trust on her.
Well, here we have Elena. She's 20 years old, and she's currently studying a double degree in mechanical and electronics engineering. But on top of that, she's also studying physics. So here you have, well, she's the kindest, and I don't think I have to say how smart she is or the amazing time management skills she has. And, well, how did we two become a team? We went to the same high school, actually, but we were not close there.
Not quite.
It was not until we were proposed to be part of the Joves i Ciència program,
which is translated as Youth and Science program.
And it's a scholarship given each year to 50 students, and its objective is to let them experience science firsthand. So we had the opportunity to go to science programs abroad and to do some research in Spain and abroad. She went to the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel, and I had the opportunity to go to the Perimeter Institute in Canada.
And why did we spend 3 summers of our lives doing science? I mean, it's kind of freak. That's the truth. Links our friendship. We always like participating in different programs.
If it's at night or cloudy or whatever reason, you have no sun rays, you have no artificial light source.
That's how we decided to create light bills, which are this device of here. These are bottle caps that have a solar panel on the top and convert these plastic bottles that some people could consider trash into completely functional light bulbs. What's more, they include these UV LEDs that improve the quality of water that especially people in the poor countries are drinking right now. The idea is that by this, we don't only help them to have light at home, which is a basic source that we all have here, but also improving, well, preventing some illnesses from the bacteria that is in the water that they tend to drink. And as you see in the video, well, it worked.
And, well, you might also be thinking, how are we going to pay for this? Because in the end, we're talking about families and people who do not have electricity or drinking water. So they, of course, will not be able to pay for these solutions. So we came up with the final solution that included the contribution of developed countries to developing countries by donating.
Give them back to us, and we can recycle the electronic components, which are the most polluting ones, to do new light bills. And the bottle cap is made with plastic, but it's made with recycled plastics. So by this, we try to help a bit more the world that we live in.
So now that you know about our solution, we want to explain a bit how our path through Schneider Electric was. So we started with a solution that was like just a draft when we discovered that email. And we had just like a little solution, a draft that would send as a proposal. And we, of course, we were not expecting anything out of that. And in the end, one sudden day, after we sent it, we received a call from a guy called Danny from Schneider Electric. He was like, hey, girls, you go through the Iberian finals.
Fun fact about the Iberian finals. the dates were really bad for me because I had a competition. I was in India, in New Delhi. So at least thanks to COVID, it was online. And Dorothy could present from her house. I could present from the hotel. We were both wishing the Wi-Fi worked. But yes, and well, even this final was kind of crazy. We won this final. So from that point, Schneider Electric assigned us to some mentors that would help us develop this idea because it was really simple at the first time. We developed a bit our idea. We went to European finals. So we reached the global finals. And as the presenter has spoiled before, we won the finals.
Surprisingly, again.
Yeah. The thing is, our idea was so simple. And we weren't expecting to win anything. We were participating just for fun. Because of this, why not?
Why not? So, but what we were more surprised about was the aftermath of everything. Because like 6 months before, we had like this simple idea, this draft that you saw before. And wow, and 6 months later, we have people all around the globe asking for this solution. They want to know what light bills is about. And it's just crazy, just how an idea can turn into that.
But this is not about how successful we are. It's about having ideas.
So what we came here for today is to just tell you that each one of us has the capability of having an idea. And this idea, with some dedication, some effort, some motivation, can become an idea that can change the world. The only thing that we have to do, that we all have to do, is believe more in ourselves, in our ideas, and to fight for these ideas to come forward.
It's not about gender. It's not about sexual orientation. It's not about age. Dorothy is 19. I am 20. In our case, we were competing against people that are studying master's degree. We were second year of university students. So yeah, it was like, OK, we are a bit crazy trying to participate in this, but let's try it.
Why not?
So it doesn't matter of how crazy your ideas are. You know, Elon Musk is crazy. Einstein was crazy. Stephen Hawking was crazy. I'm sorry, I'm studying physics, so I have to speak about physics people. But yeah, the thing is, they were crazy, yeah, but we're talking about them now. So maybe their crazy ideas really changed our lives. And that's what we want to tell you. Everyone here has this talent inside. Everyone here has to think about solutions in our day-to-day. We have some problems that we have to solve, and with these solutions, if we try to use creativity, we can make ideas that can change others' lives.
So, just to finish our presentation, I will say, take a light pill and dare to change the world.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Inspired, just what are you doing? Amazingness. I was in shock that the why not is so important to have in our lives. And the being crazy, they've called me crazy all my life. I have enjoyed that adjective. So I love that when people tell me I'm crazy because as they mention, crazy people are the one that makes history. Boring people don't. So just remember, why not? Every time you have an idea, every time you want to do something, why not? Amazing. Now I want to introduce you to Carolina Casas. She's going to tell us all about her venture fund, Shanga Capital. Let's bring her on.
We're sisters, and we co-founded Shanga Capital, which is a venture capital fund focused really on tech for good. So we're trying to find solutions like the one that just presented that can actually, with technology, empower to change a bit the world. So I will before starting the whole speech, let part of our community and our co-founder and investors speak for us.
That is a little bit dystopian.
The world has reached a stage where we're all looking at the impact that we have.
It's more important than ever for us to be more intentional in our use of technology. Not only to use technology for the profit that it can bring us, but also to harness its power for good.
What Sangha represents is this force of energy, is an unstoppable force of energy to make things happen.
I think it's important to get young people involved right now because it's their future, it's their world.
We have the tools to promote change and fight for a better world.
Technology can be applied to solve some of the problems we have today.
The time to act is now.
I'm honored to be a part of a community that's trying to do something better for the world.
I want to be part of that journey.
So actually, Sangha Capital comes a bit from a lot of brainstorming between my sister and myself on how could we use our skills to do something. Basically, I came from a wealth management background, so I thought, okay, I would see all these capital flows going for tech companies, for example, or tech, but not so much with a purpose. So the whole point is like, what if we can move a bit the capital flows that determine our future to projects that can actually determine our future for better. My sister Berta, from her side, she's a educational specialist, so she obviously loved the idea, and she works a lot on all the part of educational tech, because we believe it's not just technology or capital flows that can determine the future, but really education and how we empower the next generations and the existing ones, because we don't have that much time. So what we realized is that there's a lot of investment funds really focused on technology or impact, and a lot of times people actually make the link between impact being not something where you get returns and technology where you would get a lot of returns. So our whole point was to actually create a very different fund. That's why what the name is called Sangha Capital. Sangha means a community of people that help each other to lift each other up, which is exactly what we wanted the capital to do. So Sangha Capital is basically focused on all the UN SDG goals, and we try to find tech companies that work on any of these solutions. So the whole point is actually to prove that you can do well by doing good. So it doesn't have to be that if you work in a sustainable project, you will not be doing good. The whole point is like doing well by doing good. And these are our Sangha companies around the world. We thought we would actually give you some examples of the kind of companies we invest in. So this is the world of the map. We're missing Spain, and I'm from Spain, and we're here. So I would love to live from here with some new ideas coming from the country. So I'll go one by one, just not quickly so that I don't bore you, but I think you will enjoy to see some examples of what do we mean by tech for good. Microgen Biotech is actually an agricultural tech company based out of Ireland, and they've developed a bacteria where they can remove from the soil all the toxins, so for example arsenic. There has been studies in the US that children are actually eating 7 times more arsenic and metal through the food they eat, given to the soil issues. So this bacteria actually removes a super high amount of this arsenic so that we don't poison our babies even before they come to the world. And on top, it restores the soil. And it's a much better solution in terms of economics for the farmers. So it's actually just a win-win for everybody. So if we could have like microgen product in all the rice fields in the world, for example, we wouldn't have our babies eating so much toxins. Tommy is a company out of Colombia, and it's an educational tech platform, which has 2 things, and it's extremely interesting because they have a hardware actually that is like a portable computer for the teacher. So the teacher can prepare on the marketplace of Tommy Digital. They can go online, prepare their classes, save a lot of time, and then they can download it to the device and go to places where there's no internet and have kids get access to education
through technology. Another one is Diet. Diet has a big mission, but the team is behind it is quite impressive. And they're actually trying to make very efficient the supply chain in healthcare so that eventually we don't have more COVID stress situations where you couldn't find masks or material and people die. So if we can make this supply chain efficient, we can actually have no more waste of medicine, for example. This one is kind of very funny because it's tech for good, but it's totally focused on music and it's NFTs. And it's how can they disrupt the music industry by giving value not only to the intermediaries like the big Sonys and Paramounts of the world, but actually to the artists and the fans of the artists. So they issue NFTs for singers, and then fans can contribute, and eventually within 10 years your favorite singer has become someone really famous, then your token has way more value. So you create a whole new revenue stream. Actually, one of just launched last week, if anybody wants to check it out, because they're giving free tokens now. Then this is as well one of our favorites. This is like Honu Kitty, and this was the first NFT for good ever launched in history. This was 4 years ago, before anybody was talking about NFTs, and it was a way to protect the sea turtles by selling digital turtles. It was very successful, and all the money that was raised through the NFT was given to the sea real turtles. So we're hoping that Infinita will do many more of these projects. Liven is another, I'm not going on the tech for good of each one, because I think you can all see that if you disrupt a bit of an industry through technology, you can see the whole link to the, because for example, Liven is issuing cryptocurrencies for restaurants. So you'll be like, why is this for good? But actually restaurants struggle a lot to get microcredits or credits. And this is a way to engage with their customers, where customers can actually buy the meals in advance, super easy through the crypto, and they increase the engagement, and they actually facilitate the cash management of the restaurants. It was actually growing really crazy during COVID because people couldn't go to the restaurants, but they would be buying the tokens of the restaurants to support them. Pledge is another of the companies that we have helped a lot, and it's actually donate button on Zoom. So it's like super easy, well, on Zoom, Shopify, and a lot of other platforms. But you can actually, for charities, if they want to donate, or for Sondersland next year, if they want to have like a donate button on the screen, it facilitates the donation. And the way their business model works is actually they don't even take a fee for letting the charities run on the platform, but they actually live on donations. And it's funny because the do well by doing good proofs here, usually the average fee that intermediaries take is between a 2% and a 3%, and the average return of donations is a 10% of the donation given to the platform for facilitating. And Arzu, it's based out of India, and it's a bit like, I wouldn't say an Amazon, but it's like trying to connect all the e-commerce stores to a platform where they can, for example, if I want a fridge, instead of getting my fridge sold from I don't know where and ship half of the world, and just because it was 20 euros cheaper than the one downstairs, it will actually connect you to the closest store and tell the person that runs the closest store that this actually someone is looking for, and does the matching so that we can avoid all the pollution of things going all over the place just because they're cheaper on paper, but they pollute everywhere. Their team is amazing, and they're adding now as well, not just the e-commerce platform, but as well solutions for microcredits and insurance. And Archipelo is actually the last one we've done so far, and it's a Google search for coders. So I don't code, but apparently there's a big problem for coders trying to find the codes and the stuff they need, so this actually facilitates coders' lives. We believe that a bit like Google did at the time by organizing the internet, if they can actually achieve to organize the information for the coders, we don't know what potential that can unlock. So this is a bit our mission. We really want to have capital flows go to tech for good, and we would love anybody to pitch companies or come talk to us. And just to give a bit of background on the team, this is the core team. We have a lot of amazing advisors. This is Bill Tai. He's based in California, and he was the initial investor in companies like Twitter, Zoom, Canva, Wish, Tango. So super happy to have Bill in our team. That's my sister Berta, that's myself. And we have as well a Spanish partner that was here with me today, but it's not in the, I think he's online, Columbus and Damia Tormo, that have actually sponsored us to come here today. So we're very thankful to them
and to all our companies and all our investors. So thank you very much.
Bueno, increíble todas las plataformas que han ayudado.
That was incredible. All the platforms they helped to grow and
Me quedé loca.
everything they're involved in.
Paso a hablar en español primero para
Really
decirles a
crazy.
todos los que están aquí
So first of all,
presentes que los que
I'll
tengan
let
la
you all know
tarjetita
that if you have
pueden irse
the
al
blue
Sondersland
bracelet,
Route,
you
y
may
los que
go
tienen
to the
amarilla, hay
Sondersland route.
otras rutas abiertas
And
que
you have
pueden ir a ver.
the yellow
Y
bracelets, you
ahorita vamos a
can
continuar.
go
Ahorita
check
tenemos un panel
other open
súper
routes.
emocionada
And right now we
porque
have panel that I'm
desconozco
very
un poco,
excited
pero me
about because
interesa mucho.
I
Va
know
a
them
ser
a
de
little bit, but I'm very
esports
interested.
gaming, es decir,
It's about
deportes
esports and
y
gaming.
videojuegos. Yo soy fan de Ibai, yo no sé si ustedes lo
I'm
conocen.
a
Ibai
Ibai
es
fan.
un español que se hizo famoso
He's
por
a
hacer
Spaniard. He
streaming
became famous
y
for
él es como un
because of doing streaming.
¿cómo te
streamer.
digo? Él narra los videojuegos
And
como
he
si fueran partidos de fútbol. O sea, increíble, yo lo
talks
amo.
about
No sé si
video
esto tiene
games
nada
like
que ver
football
con
games.
esto del panel, pero me interesa demasiado
I
saber
don't
su
know whether
punto de
that's
vista.
related
Así
to
que
panel,
vamos
but
a darle un
I'm
fuerte
really
aplauso y
interested
con
in
ánimo y
getting to
energía
see
porque
their perspective.
vamos
So
a
a round
darle.
of applause for them, please.
Bueno, ya entró, ya entró. Perdón. Yo estoy genuinamente emocionada por esta conversación. A ver, ¿qué tiempo? Bueno.
Bueno, pues buenas tardes a todos y a todas.
Hello, everyone.
Encantados de estar aquí, de
It's
poder
a
hablar
pleasure
de
to
un
be
tema
here.
tan candente como es el tema de los
I'm talking about
esports.
something
Ya sabéis que a raíz del
so
mundo del
hot as
videojuego. De
esports.
hecho, quería preguntar, que levanten la mano
And I
quién
wanted to
juega
ask,
videojuegos.
please
Tan
raise your
simple,
hand
desde
if you
un League of
play
Legends hasta jugar
esports,
con el móvil en el cuarto de baño.
League of Legends, or playing with your mobile phone
O sea,
in the
podéis
toilet.
levantarlo todos y todas
Feel
probablemente
free
la mano porque al
to
fin y
raise
al
your
cabo el
hand.
videojuego forma parte de
Probably you
nuestra
all
vida.
will, because video games are part of our
Pues
lives.
existen
And
los
professionally,
deportes electrónicos o
we
esports,
have
que es de los que
esports,
venimos a hablar. De hecho,
which is what
para
we're
ello
going to
tengo un
talk about
panel
here.
de expertos
And I do have an
superprofesionales
expert
que molan
panel
un montón. La
that's
verdad es que ha sido
professional,
un
they're super
placer, ha
cool.
sido al límite y lo hemos
It's been a
conseguido. A mi
pleasure.
derecha
We've done
tenemos
it
a
to the
Rafael
limit,
Espinosa de los
and we made it.
que
I've
es
got Rafael
cofundador,
Espinosa Los
fundador
Monteros,
de
co-founder
y de eSports Professional.
of Esports Bureau and
uno de los
Esports
medios de
Professional.
comunicación referente
Esports
en el
Bureau
mundo
is
de
one
los
of the
deportes
reference
electrónicos
media
a nivel nacional e hispanohablante, se dice pronto, y luego
esports in
Professional, que es una
Spanish-speaking
escuela de
countries, and the
formación
esports
para
professional is a
profesionales
training
que se
school
quieran dedicar
for professionals
a nivel de
who may
industria y de
want
negocio
to
en el sector de los
work
deportes electrónicos. A mi
in
izquierda tenemos
esports
a Ana
as an
Oliveras,
industrial
que de
business.
hecho ha sido
To my
presentadora
left, we've
de un
got Ana
programa muy
Oliveras.
top
She's
que se llama
been
Top
the
Gamers Academy,
center
concretamente,
of
y
a
además
top
es
program. It's
fundadora
called
de
Top
Square,
Gamers Academy,
escuela
and
también de
she's the founder of
formación,
Square Box,
también en
a
diferentes
training school
disciplinas y talentos
in
en el
different
mundo de los
areas and
deportes
talents
electrónicos.
in the world of
También,
esports.
por el otro lado, en la red
On the
tenemos
other
a
hand,
Virginia
on
Calvo,
the
que es
network, we've
cofundadora
got
de
Virginia
Vodafone
Calvo,
Giants, y más
co-founder
allá de
of
Wii
Vodafone
Entertainment,
Giants.
que es un grupo, un conglomerado de empresas. Mira, aquí la tenemos. Hola, Virginia.
There she is, Virginia.
A las que pertenece
And she's also in a group of companies
Sportmaníacos
with
y alguna más por ahí que me dejo en el
Vodafone
tintero, pero
Giants,
bueno, que
Sport
también nos puede
Maniacs,
contar Virginia
and
un poco,
others that I'm forgetting about. But Virginia may
toda
tell us
esta
about
vorágine de cosas y de
all
negocios, modelos de
these
negocio y de
massive amount
emprendimiento
of business
que
models
están
and
haciendo a raíz
entrepreneurship
de los deportes electrónicos.
that they're
Virginia,
doing
primera pregunta, encantado de
from
tenerte aquí.
esports. For Virginia, it's a pleasure to have you here. First question
Sobre los esports. ¿Cuál es tu definición?
regarding esports. What's your definition? How could you explain what esports are?
Hola a todos, ¿qué tal? Me alegro
Hi, everyone.
de saludaros.
It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Bueno, estáis muy guapos. Rafa,
You're
Ana
all
y
looking great. Rafa, Anna,
y hola a todos
everyone.
los amigos de Sondersland. Pues
Hi to
bueno,
all the
yo lo voy a explicar muy
Sondersland
sencillito como lo
friends.
explico siempre y es
So
que
I'm going to
al
explain
final
it quickly,
los
as I
eSports
usually do.
son todo el ecosistema que rodea
Esports
a las competiciones de videojuegos.
are a whole ecosystem about
No sé si
video
sabéis que
games
todos
competitions. You might
todos los
know
videojuegos son muy divertidos de
that all
jugar,
video games
pero digamos que
are
todos los videojuegos no son
fun,
competitivos.
but they're
Pues
not
todos
all
aquellos
of them
videojuegos
are
que son
competitive.
competitivos y que
So
generan
competitive video
un
games
ecosistema y
they
una serie de
generate an
contenidos
ecosystem
alrededor
and
de
a
la
series of
competición, ya
content
sea
around
la competición
competition,
en sí como la
or the
previa y la
competition itself,
postcompetición.
or prior
Bueno, pues
or post competition.
digamos que eso es lo que es hoy el mundo de los
That's
eSports, la
what
industria de los
the
eSports. Y todo, por
esports
supuesto, hay
industry is today.
alrededor de esta industria un montón de
So around
empresas.
this industry, there are
Y
many
bueno, las
companies.
principales, pues, por supuesto, son
And the
los
main
propios desarrolladores de este
main
videojuego,
ones
lo
are
que llamamos los
the video game
publishers.
developers, what we call the
Después están los
publishers.
equipos,
Then we have
las empresas
teams,
que organizan las competiciones,
the
por
companies
supuesto los
organizing
jugadores, que son
competitions,
una de las
of
figuras más
course the
importantes,
players,
y
which
luego
are
muchísimas
very
empresas que
important
han hecho que el sector
stakeholders,
crezca,
and
pues
then many
como
companies
las
that
empresas de
help the sector
formación,
grow,
como tenemos
like
ahí
training companies,
a dos ejemplos fundamentales, como Rafa y
and
Ana,
we have
empresas de marketing
great
que ayudan
representatives such
a
as Rafa and
que
Anna,
las
and
marcas
marketing
nos
companies
conozcan. Por
that help
supuesto, nuestros partners, muchas de las
brands to
marcas
get to know
que
us, and many
patrocinan
partners
a
and
nuestros
many
proyectos.
brands that sponsor our
Y
projects.
bueno, hay un largo etcétera con asociaciones
And
y
there
otro
is a
tipo de
long list of
empresas que han
associations
venido
and other
para
companies
quedarse en el sector de los
that
esports.
are here
Y
to
en ese
stay
caso,
in
un
the
club
sector
de
of
esports,
esports.
¿por qué nace un club de esports en
So
vuestro
why
caso? Que
is
sois
a
Vodafone Giants,
esports
de
club
hecho,
born
recientes
in this
ganadores de la
case?
Superliga, que es la máxima
Vodafone
competición
Giants
regional de League of Legends,
has
y competiciones tan
won
importantes como
the
esta. Luego tenemos el Worlds,
largest
que es una
competition of the League
internacional
of
que de hecho
Legends,
se va a
and we'll
celebrar
have
en
the
Europa
Worlds, an
próximamente.
international
En
competition
este
that will
caso,
take place in
Vodafone
Europe
Giants,
soon.
¿por qué
In this
nace? O
case,
sea, ¿qué
Vodafone
necesidad
Giants,
intenta cubrir y cuál
how
es el
was it
objetivo que
born?
busca?
Was the need it needs to
Bueno,
cover, and what was the
Giants
target?
es uno de los equipos más antiguos de
Well, Giants
España y
is
de
one of the
Europa
oldest
incluso.
teams in Spain, Europe.
Y nace, pues como nacen
It's
prácticamente
born
todos los equipos de
like
eSport, nacen
many
del fruto
sports
de iniciar
teams
a
are
competir en
born
videojuegos
as
allá
a
por los años
result
80 y
of
con
the
la
beginning
llegada
of
posteriormente
competing in video
de
games back in the
Internet,
80s,
pues
and with
toda
the
esta
arrival
parte
of
de
the
competición
internet.
de los videojuegos lógicamente se
All these video
expandió
game
a nivel global,
competition
se
expanded
globalizó, se hizo
globally. It
100%
became
digital y
global,
con el avance de los
became
años pues
100%
empezaron a
digital,
surgir.
and as years went on,
Bueno, siempre ha existido una necesidad de
and we
agruparse,
always
¿no?
had the need
para jugar a cualquier
to
cosa.
get group to
Y entonces
play
yo entiendo que
anything.
los equipos de eSport
So I
nacieron
guess
de la
these
necesidad de
sports
agruparse de los
teams were born
jugadores
from the
amateurs
need
en aquel momento porque no era
of
una industria, no
amateur
era un
players to group.
segmento digamos, de la sociedad que estuviera profesionalizado
It
y
was not
empezaron
a
a surgir
professionalized side segment,
como
and
equipos
they started
amateurs,
to appear as amateur
como grupos
groups
de amigos en su momento, de hecho así nació
and groups of
Giants
friends back in time,
en
and that's how
2008,
Giants was
como
born
un
back in
grupo de
2008.
amigos que jugaban muy bien a
As a group
videojuegos
of
y que ellos
friends
mismos se
playing video
costeaban
games very
sus
well,
viajes para
and they
asistir a
could
las
actually pay their own
competiciones y
trips
si
to go to
tenían suerte y
competitions.
ganaban, pues se podrían
And if
costear
they
el viaje de
were
vuelta.
lucky,
De
they
eso hay
could
alguna
pay
anécdota
their
por
trip
ahí
back.
de algún
There's
jugador
some
que pensaba que iba
stories
a ganar y no ganó y
of players who
finalmente
thought they were going to
tuvo que
win and they
pedir
didn't, and
ayuda para
eventually
volver, ¿no?
they need to ask for
Y a
help to
partir de
come
ahí, pues
back.
bueno,
And thereafter,
nosotros llevamos en el sector de la informática más de 15 años y
I have
somos
to say that
fabricantes
we've
de
been in
productos para
IT
gamers
for more than 15
prácticamente
years.
desde
We
antes
manufacture
de
products for
que se
gamers,
empezara a jugar
even
a videojuegos
before
tan en serio
people
como ahora.
started playing video games as seriously as now.
Y éramos patrocinadores de Giants.
We were
Y hubo un
Giants
momento en que nos
sponsors,
pidieron ayuda porque
and at some point
necesitaban
they asked for
tener
help because
una
they
formación
needed
profesional,
to
o sea,
have professional training.
necesitaban ser empresa para
They
poder
needed
competir en una
to
competición
be a
importantísima
company to
y que se habían
compete in a very
clasificado
important competition
y bueno,
that they
pues
had
digamos
been
que
classified
bueno,
in.
no solo les ayudamos, sino que
And we don't just help
constituimos una
them,
sociedad, registramos la
but we
marca,
created a
estoy
company,
hablando de
we
2011,
managed the brand,
2012
and this is
y hasta
2011,
ahora pues
2012.
hemos
And
ido
until
creciendo,
now,
profesionalizando,
growing,
por supuesto, el proyecto
professionalizing the project, of course,
y contribuyendo a la profesionalización del
and
sector. Y
contributing to
ahora,
the
pues, bueno, pues somos un
professionalization
grupo
sector.
empresarial que no
Right
solamente
now, we
incluye
are a
más
business
allá
group
como equipo
not just including the Giants
profesional,
brand as
sino
a professional
otra marca
team,
como existen, que es
but also
otro
another
tipo
brand,
profesional
which is
que compite en
existent,
otros juegos
a professional
distintos,
team competing in different
y un medio de
games.
comunicación como es
And we
Sportmaníacos,
also have a media
y bueno, la
outlet, which
comunidad
is
de fighting, una de las
Sportmaniacos,
comunidades de fighting más importantes del mundo, que es Barcelona
and we
Fighters.
are
Y ahí
and
estamos.
we have Barcelona Fighters, a very important
Una
community.
preguntita más, porque también los jugadores
Thank you.
profesionales de
Well,
esports se
professional
pueden comparar con
esports
los grandes
players
atletas, de hecho, a nivel
may
de
be
exigencia
compared
de
with big
competiciones y
athletes regarding requirements,
rutina. En ese caso,
competitions and
¿cómo es el día a
routines.
día de un jugador
In this
profesional?
case, what's the daily work like for
Bueno,
a
al ser
professional
jugadores
esports
profesionales,
player?
prácticamente se deben
Well,
a su profesión, ¿no? Como
professional
cualquier
players
profesional en cualquier ámbito, ¿no?
devote a
Tú te
lot of time
preparas
to their profession.
de la mejor manera utilizando las
Like any
herramientas
professional, you prepare the best way you
que
can
mejor te van a servir
using the
para
tools that
el
will
desarrollo de
help
tu
you
profesión. En
best
este caso,
to develop your
pues
profession.
puede ser muy similar al de
In this case, maybe
cualquier
similar
jugador profesional de ajedrez
to
o
any
jugador de
professional
fútbol
chess player
o de
or
alguna
football
disciplina
player
deportiva en la que, bueno, pues se tiene
or
que
any
realizar un
sports
entrenamiento que
where they do a
conlleva, en función
training,
de qué juego sea,
depending
X horas diarias y una
on the game. It
preparación
takes a number of
mental
hours per
y de
day,
análisis de
and
la
you need a
estrategia
mental and strategic
y, bueno, y
analysis
luego también
preparation.
de atender a las,
Of
digamos,
course,
a los requisitos y a las
you also
necesidades
need
del club, ¿no?
to be attentive to the requirements of
Tiene cierta
and the
responsabilidad
needs of the club.
hacia los
You have a
patrocinadores,
certain responsibility
etcétera. Pero vamos,
towards
ya
the
te digo,
sponsors
pues
and so on.
un jugador de eSport puede levantarse sobre
But
las
a
9, 10 de la
esports
mañana,
player may get up at 9 or 10 a.m.,
desayunar y empezar un
have
entrenamiento
breakfast,
ligero de
and
adaptación
begin a light adaptation
hasta
training.
media mañana que bueno,
Until
pues que a lo mejor
mid-morning,
hacen algún tipo de
maybe
reuniones
then
con
they
el staff
do some
deportivo,
sort
con
of
el staff
meeting with the
competitivo,
sports staff, the competition
comen,
staff,
siguen
and
entrenando,
they
hacen streams,
eat,
que
they
consiste
keep
básicamente
training,
en
they do
jugar partidas
streams,
con
which is
otros
basically
equipos.
playing
De
games
esto Ana sabe bastante.
with other teams. Anna knows a lot
Partidas con
about
otros
that,
equipos
about
de otros
games
países
with
o
other
otros
teams from other countries,
equipos del mismo país. Y
or
bueno, pues
from the
luego
same
tienen
country,
un tiempo de descanso en el que
and then they
normalmente, pues en el
have
caso
some sort of
de los
break.
jugadores de Giants suelen ir al gimnasio
Usually in
y
Giant
después del
games,
gimnasio
they
pues
go
ya
to the
tienen un
gym, and
tiempo
after the
libre
gym,
para
they have
dedicar
free
a si quieren
time
hacer streaming, en el caso de
in
aquellos que
case they
hagan
want to do
streaming o simplemente
streaming
descansar, ver películas,
or just have a
quedar con su
rest or
novia,
watch a
etcétera, ¿no?
film
Ya a partir de
or
ahí es un
meet
poco de
their
tiempo libre.
friends
Y ya
or
los
partners.
días de
That's their
trabajo
free
van en
time.
función de calendarios de
And
competición.
working
Hay
days depend
veces
on the
que
competition
los fines de
calendar.
semana pues tienen competición,
Sometimes
entonces
at the
descansan
weekends they
lunes
have
o
competitions, so they
martes,
have a rest
para que te hagas una idea.
on
Depende un
Monday
poco
or Tuesday, for example.
de la exigencia de la competición y del
It
calendario
really
competitivo.
depends on the demands of the competition and the competition schedule.
Y tu parte, te agradezco.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Todo el público que está aquí en
Thank you for your
Sondersland. Yo
contribution,
especialmente
all
porque
the
es muy
audience here in
difícil organizaros a
Sondersland.
todos porque tenéis unas vidas bastante
Thanks you for your
ajetreadas.
participation. You all have very busy lives.
Así
It's
que te
been
agradezco
difficult to
muchísimo
organize
tu
this session,
presencia,
so thank you very much
aunque
for
sea
being
online.
here.
Y nada, nos mantenemos en
Even though
contacto, ya sabéis, seguir a Virginia.
we're
Porque la
connected
verdad es
remotely,
que
so let's
a
keep
mí
in touch.
personalmente,
Let's
que más
follow
o menos
Virginia,
llevo poco en el sector,
because
pero me
I've
parece uno de
been
los
in the
referentes.
sector for a little time, but I think
Gracias por estar aquí.
Muchas gracias,
you
Gonzalo.
guys
Que
are,
vaya todo
are a
bien y ha sido un
reference in
placer
the
estar aquí un ratito
in
con
the industry.
vosotros.
Thank you,
Besos a
Gonzalo.
todos,
It's been a
Rafa,
pleasure to be
Ana.
here.
Chao.
Best of luck.
Adiós.
Chao, chao.
Hugs, everyone.
Bueno,
Take
ahora
care.
toca nuestra parte.
And now let's deal with our bit.
Lo primero que quería
Rafa,
comentar
Anna,
es,
first of all,
la Liga de Fútbol
we all know about the Professional Football League or the Olympic Games as settled and consolidated sports and large entertainment industries. In this case, rather than sports, it's entertainment. Which aspects of each sport were consolidated in the last few years and are up to the level of other
Perdona, he empezado.
Dale, dale, dale.
Escuchando a Virginia, realmente te das cuenta de lo mucho que
subjects?
se ha
Well,
ido
now in Virginia, we kind of notice how much
como de grupito de amigos pasó a
things
una empresa, de
have
empresa
been
a
growing.
tener
From a group of friends
staff,
became a
ese
company,
staff de
from a
golpe ya
company,
tiene por
we have
fin,
a staff, that staff now
sueldos, los jugadores ya tienen
has
sus
salaries,
tiempos,
players
ya tienen sus
have their
descansos,
own
tienen un
times
staff
and
detrás que les
breaks,
ayuda.
they
Es
have
decir,
a
todo lo que
staff
pueda
helping
ser que
them.
veniera del deporte lo hemos ido adaptando en los
So
últimos
the
años.
things that came from sports have been adopted
Ahora
by
ya
us
es
in the
al
last
revés,
few
el deporte
years.
empieza a copiar de los
And now we are kind of on par, and sports, traditional sports, are copying things from
A ver, yo te
esports.
diría que es una industria demasiado
It's a
joven
broad
todavía.
question, but the industry is still quite young. You mentioned the Football League, and these are industries that may have been there for about 100 years. Ana is a pioneer in the sector. When she began, not 100 years ago though, but when she began, this was a young industry. Maybe this as being a professional sector 5 or 6 years ago. There was nothing professional before. Has it improved? Yes. It's a very interesting industry. Some very professional people are helping to fight mistakes and to grow this faster than we thought. But I think there is still a lot to do, a long way ahead. And I think there is a lot to do. We're just taking baby steps. And what we're beginning to see, which will be very positive, is not just what we may be copying, but doing like other industries regarding sports, maybe, but also everything regarding business. And it will also be the other way around. Right now, we're absorbing knowledge. It's been very good to evolve much more quickly, and with other people know what has been done, let's do it in our style, with the particularities of our sector. What we're beginning to see now is that other bi-directional factor, which is how other people are beginning to say, well, esports should be done this way or that way, and that's a big advantage. So there is a massive potential for many years ahead.
Por bien mío y de
Let's keep it that way.
por parte que me toca.
Thank you.
En este caso, también
So in this case, despite we talk about that youth of the sector and how recent it is, we need to go to those business models, as we said. Those business models and projects and companies that believe and enter this world. With that, to get new employment and new professions, not just professional players, as we say, but also the business structure behind engines such as clubs, tournament operators. Behind that, there are people doing this professionally. So in this case, which are opportunities and employments are coming up and are shining currently?
Pues te diría que muchos y muchos.
Well, many.
Vamos poquito a poco. Yo creo que sobre
And
todo
many are coming. We go little by little, and we should highlight
y por lo que la gente nos conoce mucho.
the following. Esports work well, and people know us because of all the content.
Este panel, el tema de Ibai y demás. Bueno, es
We talked about Ibai earlier. Now streaming is a new sector, not just with the competitive part, such as traditional sports, but also with many other derivatives, such as entertainment, culture. So with all that, with all those things, many profiles come up. So if you broadcast or comment on matches, those used to be called commentators, and we call them casters. That's our internal jargon. We kind of feel cooler.
Hay cosas que tienden un poco a ser roles.
But there are things that tend to be roles. It's not easy.
Es un rol como tal. Al final,
the influencer is a role.
Quieren ver a gente que sepa transmitir
and brands want to see people who want to convey
un público determinado, ¿no? Con lo cual ahí
messages to an audience in a certain way. So that also comes up there. Even people who get trained in managing esports clubs. And I'm sure
igual que hay agentes deportivos, estos tan famosos que se llevan
just like we have sports agents with massive fees for expensive players, we're going to be able to see them in esports. That needs to be regulated somehow. But even the esports players as such, that's a pretty specific training, and I'm sure that
Es que yo creo que va a ser
many things will keep coming up. Absolutely. It will be an endless list because we don't just need things for the sector itself, but many positions that may be normal, but we need to adapt them to the sector.
Yo necesito que me ayude un abogado y si le hablo de
So I
esports,
need to get help from a lawyer, and if I talk about esports and Ibai, there might be a lot.
Es lo que decía también Rafa, hay mucho trabajo que hacer
So we need to
todavía.
know so many things, and as Rafa was saying, there's a lot of work to be done. But I can say that, because I began as a player, and all these years I went to league, club, brand, developer, and I've seen everywhere that lack not of intentional figure or eagerness, but rather a lack of professionals because there was nowhere to be trained in. So I try this, I try that, fall and get up, and I keep trying and learning. But as in any other sector, there needs to be a training, helping, and saying, okay, this is basic stuff.
un trabajo de formación
Pedagógico.
cuando hablas con ellos. No tanto, ¿no?
And
Ahora ya
also
no
with
tanto,
brands,
pero sí que los
you need to
últimos
do
años
some
como
training work when you talk to
desde
them.
los
Not so much now, but
y se suma ahora el
it was
entretenimiento digital, que va
esports
más
from
allá, que sigue
scratch,
todos
and
los
now
creadores
we
de
are
contenido, etcétera.
detailed entertainment with all the content creators.
La CEO y fundadora de Squarebox.
You are the founder of a Sportbox, and we have of a Squarebox, and we have talked about the training to streaming and content generators. Earlier we talked about the soft skills, but eventually these are profiles that are highlighted in these skills. So how do you train those skills? Because it's not easy. I've been very nervous in public, for example, or speaking in public, and you get used to that. How do you train that? Which kind of skills may be exploited?
Que no se pueden enseñar, ¿eh? Es decir,
Or
un
you can try
jugador
to develop.
que
Well, there
no
are things that
esté nervioso en un
cannot
evento
be
no se puede
taught.
enseñar. Tiene que ir a
A
14.000
player
eventos.
that is not
También te
nervous
digo,
in
el
an
día que ya
event
no sienta
cannot be taught.
absolutamente
They need
nada,
to go
igual ya
to 14,000
ya
events.
está.
If
Ya se acabó la
they don't
carrera
feel
porque no tiene
anything,
ilusión, ya no
maybe
es lo
their
mismo.
career
Tiene
is
que haber
over.
ese momento de
They're
temblé
not
que te
hopeful
metiendo
anymore,
la mano, ¿no?
and they need to get a bit
Pero eso,
nervous.
por ejemplo, no se puede enseñar. Pero sí
But that
que
cannot
pues
be
nosotros sí que,
taught.
por ejemplo, pensamos,
However,
vale,
we do
hay esa
think
parte, ¿no? de skills, a lo
that
mejor
there
que
is
un
this
coach
part
o
for
un director
skills
deportivo
that maybe a
no sabe
coach or a sports
manejar a
director
un
does not
jugador,
know
no es
how
un
to
científico,
handle
es un
regarding a
psicólogo, pero no
player.
es 100% psicólogo, o
They're
sea,
not
como director deportivo no tiene por qué estudiar la
psychologists, but
carrera
not
de psicología,
100%.
pero
The
¿qué
sports
puede
director does
saber
not
que le
need
pueda
to
ayudar a
follow
tratar a
a
ese jugador? ¿no? Pues
psychology
hacemos una
degree, but
pequeña cápsula con
what can they
psicólogos,
do with that player?
psicólogos que
Well, we
tienen
have a small
experiencia
capsule
dentro del
with
sector y han tratado
psychologists with
con
experience in
equipos,
the sector
entonces
who have
al
dealt
final
with
es material que les
teams,
das, ¿no? Herramientas que
and
les
this is all
estás dando para que ellos
material
las apliquen.
that we're giving them for them to apply.
Practicar, si no...
Like anything else, we need to practice. Absolutely, and Rafa, in your case, there's another profile that you're also training in professional esports, which is a profile taken from the world of the sports, which is a sports analyst.
Bueno, de hecho
In
es
this
que
case, what are we
hay
talking
figuras
about?
que uno se las...
Well, there are
El nombre a lo
figures
mejor es similar a como lo entendemos en otros
where the name may be
deportes, en otras
similar
circunstancias,
to how we
pero
understand
luego, por
in
ejemplo, no
other
lo es tanto,
sports
¿no?
or circumstances,
Nosotros,
but
por ejemplo, tenemos una parte de
then
gestión
not so
del
much.
sector de eSports que,
And
como
we
muy bien
have
decía
a
Ana,
sports
hay mucha gente que viene
or
de fuera
esports manager
le
part,
interesa,
and many people from
pero
out
si
of the
no tienes el
sector
conocimiento
are
propio del
interested in
sector,
this, but
por
if
mucho
you
que
don't
tengas
have the right
experiencia
knowledge,
y
no
tu
matter how
background
much
de tu
experience you have,
perfil, pues no
you
lo
have the
sabes. Por
background and
ejemplo,
experience, you might not know
por
about it.
ejemplo, la parte de ventas, por ejemplo, la parte de
So we have
generación
part
de
of
eventos. Un evento de
sales,
eSports, pues,
event
es un evento,
generation.
pero
A
tiene sus
esports event is an
particularidades.
event with
Una
certain
parte de marketing, por
particularities.
ejemplo, ¿no?
There's
Y
also
luego,
a
por ejemplo,
part
hay
regarding marketing.
otros roles que a mí me llama mucho la
There are
atención.
other
Pasa
roles
mucho como
that are quite remarkable.
la gente que no sabe mucho de eSports que dices,
When
eSports,
people
lo
do
de
not know
EA
about esports,
¿no?
they're like, oh, EA
no es lo mismo.
Sports, you
Pues
mean?
aquí pasa un
No,
poco
it's
lo
not the
mismo.
same thing.
Árbitro de eSports, pero ¿para qué hace falta un árbitro? Si es,
eSports referee, why do you need a referee?
Entonces es como,
You know,
no
the
entiendes cómo
game
funciona un
plays
árbitro de
itself.
eSports,
No, if you
ni
don't
la
know how
importancia
esports
que tiene, porque
referee
es una persona
works
que tiene
and the
una
importance they
formación
have.
bastante técnica,
Because
que
eventually
sabe
these
cómo
people have
tiene
a
que
very
poner
technical
todo en orden
training.
para hacer un
They
streaming,
know how
que además tiene una
to sort
grandísima
everything out for a
responsabilidad porque
streaming.
tiene que velar por la
They have a
integridad de
massive
la partida, que no
responsibility
haya cheats,
because it has to do
etcétera, etcétera.
with the
Bueno, luego
game
además, sobre todo, hay mucha
integrity.
diferencia entre lo que puede ser una competición online
And there's a
y una
difference
competición
between an
presencial,
online
no es lo
competition
mismo,
and a
tienes que estar
face-to-face
preparado
competition.
para
It's not the
todas,
same.
eso
So we need
pues
to be ready
es
for all.
ya una profesión dentro de los eSports,
And
que
that's
hay
a
árbitros de
profession
eSports que
within
no tiene
esports.
absolutamente nada que ver
The
con la
esports
del árbitro
referee.
de cualquier
And
otro
that has
deporte,
nothing
¿no?
to do
Analista,
with
pues
a
un
referee
analista,
from any
pues,
other sport. An
normalmente,
analyst,
bueno, ahora sí que es verdad que se ha
usually,
profesionalizado mucho más, pero
even
antes
though
era pues,
things
una
have
persona que
become
conocía
much more
mucho el juego, y
professional,
demás. Aquí estamos hablando de
analysts used to
gente
know the
que
game very well.
tiene una base
And we're
técnica
talking about
importante,
people who have
sabe
an
manejar
important
árbitros,
technical base. They know how to
diferentes herramientas que
manage
los
APIs, which are
desarrolladores de
different
videojuegos
tools that video game developers give you for you to obtain data, details, and do
no es
statistics.
sencillo
So
y es
eventually,
verdad que
it's
hasta
not
ahora pues el autoaprendizaje hacía mucho,
and
pero
self-learning did a lot
profesionales que ya han
so
pasado por
far,
todo
but
eso
if
y
you
te
can
pueden
have
ayudar y
professionals that
hacer
have
ese camino
gone
sea
through
más
this,
rápido.
they can help you and make that path quicker, the better. So regarding what you mentioned last, there's a big dependence that we need to get over regarding sponsorship. And soon, so that you see that there are opportunities for employment in sector. I come from another world, which is user experience and marketing. And eventually, I ended up as partnership activation manager in a esports club. Later on, we'll hear about Paulo Canosa. We'll hear from Paulo Canosa, the sales director. So sponsorship is a massive dependency in esports because 85 to 90% of the industry's income comes from that. So here we're talking about new business models. What's the trend? Where's it heading? Juan used to be a colleague at Esports Bureau, another media outlet, and we have a podcast when we talk in an informal manner about the industry. Juan has a business model and his startup, Kaiko, a project with one application and a platform. You may train players, in this case for Leagues of Legends, which is very competitive internationally. So which other business models are you seeing? Which opportunities may come up from this industry? But they're quite diverse. Regarding League of Legends, since it has that information open, you may get ideas and do an API and so on. So the video game belongs to someone. The ball does not. So that's the first difference. In some things you may advance more, in others, not so much. If I work on leagues and tournaments, you cannot do a league of just anything. You need to talk to the game owner and meet and agree. Some developers do not let you, they want to do it their way. So there are lots of hurdles you need to get ahead of. But regarding ideas, if there are not more ideas, that's because we're in the box. We need to get out of the box. And this sector of industry is giving us a massive opportunity to do many things, especially now. Because the internet, even though it may sound a bit cliche, now is the time, especially when you're young, with a fresher mind. Afterwards, it's not so fresh, but now is the time to do many things. And I think they're being done. There are many things that get born and die. Just like small clubs that begin and they cannot get ahead. But this happens a lot. Not everyone is a professional player in football, and there are, however, millions of children in sports fields doing that. And it's pretty much the same thing. When you need to begin and start somewhere. You know what I'm talking about. I'm going to be talking about, right? There's something very clear. You were talking about 85 to 90% of income coming from sponsorship. So far, that was good. That helped the sector to grow and to have visibility. But such a dependency is not good. So mainly, business models need to be made for the main stakeholders, and there are many. And without teams or players, we don't have anything. Without competition, we don't have anything. And as Ana was saying, the publisher is essential because it conditions the whole model. So 4 years ago, more or less, and I think esports are technology, we cannot forget it. That's one of the verticals where that revolution may come from. And 4 years ago, if we talk about blockchain, people might not know so much, but if we talk about tokens and cryptocurrencies, people know what it is. So that's something we'll know about. And teams such as Team Heretics, that Gonzalo belongs to, has begun trying out new business models. They're very important, allow you to do things such as football, for example, you could not do, like those fan tokens. Engagement in football with the member, the club member, happened every 2 weeks, not much more. But now you've got social media, fan tokens, and you can have a much closer relationship to your people, your community. And that will affect the brand model. And the more engagement you have, the better for the brands, but you're not just depending on them. So technology is an essential ally, not just in esports, but in general, actually. Last question. If you could advise someone about how to begin this world,
No.
what would you say?
Que esté preparado para...
Well, they should be ready.
No puertas cerradas, pero sí que para que no sea
Not to find closed doors, but to not find it easy at the beginning.
muy purista, no muy de tal, pero creo que ya hemos pasado de esa fase.
I think we've gone over that stage, that infancy, like, oh, don't change anything, I'm used to this. And now, people are awaiting new ideas, new things. We're talking about eBay, and eBay every week is thinking about this. Him, his team of people, and the agency behind him. What else can I do? He wants to create constant content. That's what the user is demanding. And the user is over-informed, and communication is non-stop 24/7. And we might be still profiling all this in an uncontrolled moment, but I think it's kind of going that way. And we need to be really aware of social media and getting training now that we are here. Now that it's the time and we have a training offer, and then we need to be updated because it's very quick.
And that's it.
Well,
Well, I think that there's no much secrets about this. So training is key, as Anna was saying. Now that we have choices, let's go for them. But I don't know. I don't know what's the formula of Coca-Cola, but this doesn't mean that I have the Holy Bible here, but it's easy to understand. I mean, a lot of interest, a lot of strength not to give up, to work on it. I think that's the key for success anywhere, not only in esports. I think that maybe that's the specific thing in esports, that you have to be highly focused on social media. You need to be known. To stay at home, it's worthless. You need to get relationships in your personal brand. That's key. And from there on, a little bit of patience. As Anna was saying, things do not go as fast as you would love to, but was this evolving very, very fast, and you shouldn't settle. It's like, well, I have a degree in this, etc. No, I'm sorry. You'll have to recycle yourself because things are moving very fast. So you have to be persistent, and you need to be willing to do things. And I'd love to be here forever with you, but we're going to speak to Pablo Canosa, who is the commercial manager of Tinder Ethics. He'll explain how Tinder Ethics works, what are the key aspects of the sector, because we need to consider that it's a club that was born with an important presence of streamers, and its business model is not at the competitive part, but in the content generation part. And as we were saying, this content update, well, the other day they had a football game by some streamers of the team and some other organizations. So all this type of content is the one that we need to explore. We need to be creative. We need to be innovative. And I think this, as we were saying, there are many opportunities of creating new business models, because I think that, well, the game moves the world, and it increasingly does. So thank you very much for being here with us, and we will open our doors in case you want to nose around this industry. Thank you very much.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes a todos.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Pablo Casa. I'm the commercial manager of Team Heretics.
Breve resumen, ¿no?, de lo que es la
I'd
parte
like to
de mi club, de Team Heretics.
tell you what some Team Heretics is about. I'd like to say thanks to Sondersland for counting on us. I think that this sector, the esports sector, has much room for improvement, for growing, and it's a very competitive industry. And with the support both of young talent and audiences that are growing, thank God, we have a great future ahead of us. I started to be part of Team Heretics 3 years ago. I started as a sponsor manager, and I was promoted to commercial manager, and I'm in charge of 3 areas that are the capturing area, the activation area, and the licenses and e-commerce and merchandising. In 4 or 5 years' time, club has multiplied its turnover from scratch. We're having like 3.5 or 4 million euros. Everybody that works at Team Heretics are young people. We would like to give an opportunity to people that has just finished college, and we have 3 people that are doing their practice here.
una alternativa de
And we are starting to be an entertainment alternative. We work with esports, we work on content, we work on synergies with freestyle, and we are dealing with fashion too. We're number one in the Spanish-speaking world. We have more than 110 million fans that follow Team Heretics or some of our members. I think that esports are not a niche.
millones de seguidores en redes sociales.
More than 100 millions on social media. I mean, we're not a niche. We are competing at the same level than the football industry. In fact, not long ago, the president of Real Madrid said the great problem that football had was that esports were really slaying. So in Team Heretics, we work with Aguila, with San Miguel, with Lenovo, with Samsung, great brands that trust on the fact that through our platforms and creating a very good content, they reach the end users and audience. That's not the future, it's the present. So I think that the esport clubs will keep on growing. There are rumors that are true that say that football players, first division, second division, are getting in the esports world. For example, Ibai with Gerard Piqué, they've created an esports club. Kun Agüero, Casemiro plays for Real Madrid. They are not seeing this as a pastime. They are seeing this as an investment. Why? Because entertainment goes hand in hand with digital world. And the video games, for example, my daughter with 3 years old is using the phone, etc. And my mother-in-law, for example, with 60 years old in Malaga, plays Candy Crush, and that's a video game. So, well, I think that although we don't see it, they are getting into our lives, and well, we have to look for ways to, well, brands will be coming here, and they will be conquering these millions of players with their products, their services, their ways of doing things, and this is why I think that esports clubs, not in the future, etc. No, this is the present. We're growing, we are expanding ourselves, and I think that it is an industry that should be taken into account. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for having me. I hope that you're enjoying the event, and thanks to my colleagues that have been speaking. First of all, Virginia, that of course I know her. She works for another club, one of our competitors. Always healthy competition. Virginia, thanks for everything. And well, Fran, he works for communication media. One of the interviews where I attended, we've been the first Spanish-speaking team in getting into his company. Thank you very much for everything, and I hope that you've enjoyed it. A big hug for you.
Great. So now we're going to transition into an amazing story that I want you to hear. Over the last couple of days, we've heard a lot of personal stories, some about tragedy, others about how to overcome those tragedies. And now today, Samantha is going to tell us how her own story and how she's being able to move forward. So now please welcome on stage Samantha Saldivia.
Hello, my name is Samantha Saldivia, and I'm here to talk to you about my love for traveling.
So when it comes to the process of traveling, there is a standard process. We make our bags, we online check in, we leave our bags, we go through security, we go to our gate, and then we might board our plane, and then it's when we hit airplane mode. For common travelers, traveling might become something you do on autopilot. But a lot of things in our daily lives become autopilot. When do you really stop, take a breath, and feel fully alive? Today, I am lucky that I appreciate every single breath. However, that wasn't true a few years ago. It took around 4 years to really understand that life had a meaning. Because when I was a kid, I would think my biggest problem would be when my sister would get mad at me because I would annoy her. But I would just go through life with this huge smile on my face, kind of taking everything for granted. Yet it took a life-changing event to make me realize that there was a lot more to life. It was back in 2011 when my family and I were vacationing for Christmas vacations in an island called Margarita in Venezuela. When we were departing with our plane back to Caracas, there was a little smoke coming from the cabin, so we decided to turn around and ask officials what was wrong. After a few minutes, they said it was okay and that we could continue our journey. I, a 10-year-old, clueless of what things could mean, simply fell asleep on my Nana's lap. But I woke up to sirens, strong movements on a gurney, and nurses asking for my name. All I could do was ask about my mom, and they'd say she'd be outside. But I later learned that our plane had crashed. No one would tell me where my family was. They would simply say they're in a more critical condition and we can't see them. It wasn't until 5 days later, and a day before my birthday, that I learned that out of the 6 people on the plane, I'd been the only survivor. Some said it was a miracle, but an 11-year-old could not wrap her head around how her life had instantly changed from one moment to another. So desperately, to leaving my reality, I begged my grandparents to send me back to boarding school where I'd been studying before Christmas vacations. There, I was happy, because all my friends were far from their families, the same that I was. But then, that changed in 2013 when I moved to Panama, and I started living with my grandparents. That's when reality kicked in. My grandparents were so good to me. But a teenager dealing with grief stages was not accepting their love. I felt super empty, even though I had amazing friends. There was a huge void inside of me that I would try to fill in every single corner, looking for happiness in all the wrong places. And curiously, I wasn't only closed and wasn't only the lack of acceptance, but also the amount of attention I was receiving from friends and family, but that they didn't even know how to talk to me. We would just all avoid the topic whatsoever. But then something good happened in 2015. It was during a church retreat where light shone upon my thoughts, and I was able to see that I was actually really lucky to have grandparents that would love me so much, they'd do anything to make sure I'd be okay. In that single moment, I started to be grateful. That's when I actually accepted and simply said, okay, gratefulness is what will kind of lift me out this huge void that I've been feeling. Sorry. And so now that when I go to an airport and see new planes, I'm actually super excited and I feel super lucky to embark new adventures. Even before that, when I make my bags, it's like I'm so happy and so lucky to have my belongings. Because imagine all those people that actually lose their families due to disease or war and are left with nothing. So then, let's imagine we walk into an airport and we see a whole lot of people in one single space. So that's happened to me in high school, and that's when I understood that every single person is different. And that if I wanted to coexist, I needed to be tolerant with those that were different from me. Because at the end, everyone has their own turbulence, and each turbulence shapes your thoughts in a different way. So, so then, after being tolerant about it, like, you can honestly feel that everyone has their own burden, and you kind of accept that, and that's how you honestly get to, like, be better. So then, after we walk into the airport, we're gonna embark our new planes. And that's when I rediscovered the third thing that makes me happiest, and it's actually when I leave my comfort zone. So it's actually thanks to a YouTube channel called Yes Theory, and they inspired me to seek discomfort. But this doesn't only mean going into unknown destinations. It actually promoted me, or like inspired me, to go up front with my grandparents and actually ask them things about the accident that we'd never discuss, even if it ended up us being in tears. But it also meant trying new things, new foods, new courses, and adopting this growth mindset where everything you do, actually you want to learn from it. So then after we embark our new planes, we're sitting on our chairs and we hit airplane mode. That's when I realized the fourth thing that makes me the most complete, which is actually living in the present. So being on a plane and looking out the window, you simply see the whole world through a different lens, literally. And it actually makes you feel so alive. So even like, it makes you, like, it reminds me when I'm up in an airplane and seeing across the window, it reminds me that each day is so valuable, that even if we have bad days, they're so important for us to appreciate the good ones. So I hate to break it down to you, but we come to the earth to really experience life and make mistakes and learn. So if you ever feel anxious, I highly recommend meditating, because it helps you channel your brain and your energy and to reset your own thoughts. So then, when we're landing, I make sure to experience as many things as I can. This means going to new museums, going to friends, having dinner, any type of new experiences, because experiences actually add up to your happiness much more than material things. And I actually learned this through a course called the Science of Well-Being by Yale University, where they talked about hedonic adaptation. And this course also actually inspired me to help my friends and people I know and talk to them about tools that they can allow you to be happier. And this project I created was called Airplane Mode, Take a Break to Connect. It was basically gathering 10 to 15 people where we would meet up and simply talk about themes that we don't usually talk about, or have a place where we can be more reflective about our own lives, and especially, like it says, taking a break from our daily lives. And today, I wanted to share with you some of their testimonies, because we would do savoring walks, which means using all your senses to really be fully in the present. We also did gratitude letters and meditations. So today I wanted to read some of the participants' testimonies, which go like this. Airplane mode is an incredible experience because it is more than a place where you can disconnect electronically, and even better, connect with what really is important, which is people. I feel like it is a free and open space to express ourselves and about different themes. Also, personally, it is a place where I can leave my comfort zone because I'm not used to expressing myself so much with people I don't know. Someone else said, I want to thank you because it's just the reflection space my uneasy mind needed. Also, it is the space to meet new and valuable people. The topics we touched upon gave me many takeaways, and I'm eager to share them with the next person I talk to today. And then someone else said, today, I leave convinced that we came into this world to live moments like this, where you feel free to mingle with others, share what you feel, and be one's self. I have always considered myself not a social person and shy, but lately, and with moments of reflection like these, I've noticed that once I leave my fears and insecurities behind, when I'm surrounded by the correct people, I'm a different person. And in a few words, happy. We need more moments like this. And for me, reading these testimonies is the fuel to go and fight for my dreams, which is helping people drive through their turbulences and feel alive. So yes, even though I have this mindset, I still miss my family. I miss them very much. But I'm convinced that they follow me through every step of my way. They're looking down on me. And I have this duty to live up to them, because in the end, they were the ones that taught me how to live for my first 10 years, which were crucial. So yes, losing someone is very hard, but living up to them, living for them, and with what they taught you is so much better. Because in the end, we're here to make a mark. We're here for a reason. It doesn't have to be a crash. It doesn't have to be a disease. Everyone's here for a valuable reason, and to coexist, to be tolerant, to experience life. So go ahead and leave your mark. Thank you.
Spectacular. I have no other words. It's so inspiring, and it's so nice to be reminded that we're just not breathing. We're alive. So ask yourself, are you just breathing and just walking on earth like everything is just things that you do? Or you're actually thinking of what you want to do, your purpose, what you want to become? Are you appreciating your friends, your family, the things that you like, the sports you play, or whatever it is that makes you feel exciting? I think it's super important to be reminded of that. And now I'm going to switch the language y voy a hablar en español porque nuestro nuevo ponente es...
I'm going to speak in Spanish because our next speaker is really exciting. He's a great artist, and I want him to tell you everything about his entrepreneurship and design. So let's give a big round of applause to Bosco Tamames, sorry.
Dudé si participar hoy en este maravilloso evento y lo hice.
I didn't know whether to participate on this event, and I made it because of a very simple reason. Bosco, if you've been able to tell your story, what do you want to convey now? And some years ago, luckily, I participated on an idea spreading platform where young people like me spoke up with speakers from different contexts, cultures, and sensitivities. We had something to say to the world, and that's what we did. By then, I was just 19 years old.
Aquel mes de noviembre,
That November,
pude hablar
I was able to speak about all the good things that being different has meant to me. To having followed my instinct, to having avoided to let myself go because of what everybody could say. So I spoke proudly about who I was and how difficult it was to be out of that way that society determines for each one of us. Fortunately, as time has gone by, these initial doubts that I was sharing with you well, just vanished in the haze. I accepted the invitation, and today I'm sharing this speech with all of you. I'll tell you why and how this interrogation mark will disappeared. Absolutely. So maybe you're surprised, but I'm not here to speak about my passion, or about my career as a creative, or about my universe fed by the Basque culture and Rome. And I'm not here to speak about my experience in Paris. I'm here to speak up and to do it again, and to share with you one of my obsessions. The research for beauty, for the good things, for the authentic things. And this means that we're living in difficult times. The pandemic has staggered our priorities and projects, and it has done radically. Society has moved on, polarized, vanishing the space that we had for the good things, for the beautiful things. As a designer, I feel an interest in looking for this inspiring beauty in a woman dressed in a space that makes me dream, through the odor of a perfume, or through a landscape with my taking with my camera. It's easy to find, right? Today, with a click, we can access any beautiful experience. You're wrong. Our overstimulated world allows beauty to just appear on the surface. On the surface of our experiences, of the people that surround us. Through the images that we consume on a daily basis on our social media. Music that we listen randomly, and what we buy with an app, or even in the sentimental menu that we're offered with just a swipe. And this means that our generation is used to getting things and wanting things, to forget how we used to dream. And it is there where beauty is. And as I was saying, we're just on the surface of people and experiences. We compile digital data. We forget the natural beauty when focusing on digital beauty, on the polished things, on the flat things, on the aseptical things. And as South Korean philosopher Sun Yun-Kulan says, the consumption culture removes any hint of the beautiful things. In my sector, in my daily work, in my usual days, I work on the surface, and I'm trying to focus on our last layer, the outfit. We are acting without forgetting that besides of supporting a key aspect, clothes, we are trying to create identities, creating social groups that are identifiable through a silhouette or through an image, because as you know, human beings have the need of feeling in community without losing our individuality. That's fun. They usually say, hey, this is fun. It sounds good. Like the music. Maybe it's fun. It's, of course, it goes beyond. It's transcendent, I would say. It's parliament. Sometimes fashion doesn't want to go through that epidermis. Like, for example, Black Lives Matter, the feminist move, or the stupation hate become into trends that sometimes are materialized just in a logo on a t-shirt. Let's deep dive. I make a call to my colleagues, to you all. Let's go beyond. Let's keep on evolving. Let's learn one from another without the fear of breaking our mental barriers, transforming reality from our place. So let's put fashion at the service of people so that they can put their real essence in value. Let's embrace natural beauty and, as time goes by, as an intrinsic part of life and as a beauty symptom. This research, this endless research of beautiful things and beautiful things, we find the ugly and the bad things. The so-called, the mentioned polarization, fanatisms, political and religious fanatisms are just one of the reasons that take us apart from these beauty. Europe, that in some way, in such a proud way, has walked the talk from a political and cultural point of view and social point of view, still finds things that have to do with hate and rage. They hate the different one.
Hate to whoever is different, but very often people see as a threat. Hate towards what we don't like because of a lack of knowledge, most often due to personal insecurity. In fact, there are young people like me that lead an alternative to those polemic TikTokers, to those violent people. A few minutes ago, I shared those initial doubts. What we like to talk about now, you've been able to speak in the past. What's your message? Well, I feel the need to keep giving visibility to those young people who want to change, who embrace other cultures, who respect. Because there are many of us, and we're strong, but we remain concentrated in our professions, in taking care of our friendships, of our relations. Is it time to take the lead and present ourselves as young people in love with fashion, with life, with what's good, with what's authentic? As a man, I feel the need to speak up for women, of remembering about and reminding the gap between both sexes, of remembering and defending good men that never understood inequalities and that always treated women as equals because that's how we feel it, that's how we are. And human beings feel the need to categorize. Our nature leads us to observe and categorize and classify, but in the beauty and goodness, there's no black and white, independence or nationalism, left or right, pink or blue. There is beauty and passion, rigor, diversity, and that should be as well respect.
Les invito a que me sigan en esta aventura.
And I invite you to follow me in this adventure for the insatiable search of beauty. Let's deep dive within ourselves. Let's embrace our identities with authenticity and pride. Let's remember that one of the most amazing things that we could do in our lives is to lead our area of the world in beauty and goodness, just like Valentino Garavani, the Roman designer. Unfortunately, in life, I was only attracted by beautiful things. Thank you very much, everyone.
Y un bravo merecidísimo. Qué espectacular.
Thank you, well deserved. It's been amazing. Bosco, I need to say something. Thank God you doubted, but you came anyhow. Because that powerful message you're leaving us with really gave us a lot of inspiration. And we're eager to get activated. That's one of our flagships, activation and connection. And mainly all the values we have here, authenticity mainly.
Y
So I
ahora
really feel it was
estoy
incredible.
súper feliz y
And
súper
next, I'm very
agradecida con
happy,
todos los ponentes que
very
vinieron hoy,
grateful
con todos ustedes
to all
que
the
están aquí.
speakers that came
Y
here
les
today
invito que
and all of
ahora
you.
vayamos
And
a
I do
escuchar
invite
a
you
un artista
to go
espectacular,
and listen to a
Mercedes Cañas, que
great
nos está esperando.
artist,
Pero
Mercedes
antes de
Cañas, who is
decirles que
awaiting
se
us.
nos
But
acabó el
before
día, la pasé increíble, espero que ustedes
the day
también.
has finished,
Los veo
I had a
mañana
great
a partir de
time.
las 9 de
So
la
see you
mañana
tomorrow
para
after
seguir
9
con
a.m.
este festival
so
y
that we can
concluir con
continue with this
broche de oro.
festival
Por ahora
and
los dejo con
finish
Mercedes y síganla
with
pasando
a
buenísimo.
bang.
Esto es Sonderland.
So thank you. Enjoy Mercedes and keep having fun. This is Sondersland.
Hola, soy Jorge Damescua, Head of Engagement de Tribu, y te voy a contar en 5 pasos las claves para crear una comunidad de éxito. En primer lugar,
Let me give you 5 pointers to create a successful community. First of all, look for common objectives, a common purpose and goal that transcends the individual objectives of members who are part of that community. Secondly, we need to find a very specific target, a user,
el valor que vayamos a ofrecerle,
for whom our value is interesting.
pero de algo
The more the merrier.
muy concreto. Es decir,
But about something very specific. So we need to define a large problem
el
that
tercero
we're going to
es
solve.
que el
Third,
liderazgo recomiendo que
leadership
sea compartido entre los miembros de la comunidad.
should be shared amongst the community members. Human beings
Personas con intereses similares y con causas comunes.
have been organized in common groups for many years. Leadership has been decentralized and it will keep being decentralized in the future. That doesn't mean that it's going to disappear, but rather that leadership
La cuarta,
falls in community members. Fourth, we need to define impactful targets, not so much growth targets. Even though without growth, in many occasions there is not so much impact. Fifth, we need to use information as fuel to give value. And let's base our decisions on data and information, not hypotheses. Thank you very much. Bye. Jack Ma was rejected from many jobs, and then he found Alibaba. So innate talent does not exist.
Los 10 consejos que no sabías para
10 tips you didn't know about to foster your professional profile. First, learn to speak in front of the camera. Do not leave unnecessary spaces. Make gestures, smile, and take care of your pitch while you speak.
Pega el texto que tienes que decir
For a video, use a prompter app.
que te lo sabes a la perfección. Solo hay una oportunidad.
Everyone will think you know the text perfectly. You only get an impression for a first impression. You only get a chance. So add a note to any LinkedIn request, explaining what you want them to be in your contact network. Take care of your CV
5. Aumenta
and put a picture as if you were going to an interview, and increase your LinkedIn contacts to more than 500 so that the network will position you better in searches and you'll become more popular. Foster your intelligence so that your ideas get to a better place, and develop a lot of empathy. That's in very high demand. Do not underestimate the power of networking. Connect,
No, se eche para atrás.
and top management positions shouldn't scare you
No os
off.
quedéis con las dudas, con vergüenza
Ask.
se comen y se almuerza.
You
Demostrar
should
interés
never
y
have
curiosidad.
doubts. Show interest. Show interest and curiosity, and add imagination to anything you want. Go a step beyond.
Formarte con esto cuando puedes hacer.
Why settle for this when you can have this?
Importante.
And mostly, follow our purpose. Find your place
Sabemos que llevas
and do
mucho
not
tiempo buscando ese
settle.
primer trabajo, pero si no estás a gusto, no estás aprendiendo y no estás
If you are not learning in your job,
tu lugar,
if you're not
estás
having
fuera.
fun, keep going. Look for your place. It's out there. reasons for being an entrepreneur in a sustainable business. Being an entrepreneur is much easier with a social purpose. Taking care of the planet is everyone's responsibility. We await you in Sondersland. Sondersland is coming up soon. Persuading my colleagues to go, let's go to Sondersland. Then you'll complain about not having contacts. You'll have speeches, come on. You can even get a free MBA, Julio. So ready to give it all out from 8th to 11th of September.